Test, 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 test. Checking the mic. Test, 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 test. Checking the mic. Okay, should be good. Getting set up here. Should be ready to go in about 2-3 minutes. Test, test. Okay, cool. I'm putting that up there for today. And we'll keep the chat at the bottom of the screen. Okay. Still have that border around it. Looks like I fixed that. Yeah, that much is good. Looks like the bird is kind of freaking out today. I'm going to update that graphic soon. But, okay. That seems a little bit more stable. Okay. So, I think we're about ready to go. Hello everyone, hope everybody's been doing well, had a good week. Everything in your respective lives is relatively calm, or interesting in a positive way. Not much to report here on the personal side of things. It's been cold. That's really the most interesting update I can provide. Apart from the fact that, you know, we had the Elden Ring stream on Thursday, so I want to take a moment actually and thank everybody who stopped by and showed support for that. I know it's not the typical stuff that we usually talk about on these streams, so I appreciate, you know, folks giving it a shot. I had a lot of fun. I had been looking for an opportunity to talk video games with people for a while, and having the opportunity to go through and, you know, just kind of take our time and kind of slowly experience the content that was available in the early game, try to really understand what the developers were trying to do, at least to my interpretation, was super fun. And I'm glad that I was able to like connect with a couple people about that. That being said, I think that we're gonna keep going with the, you know, Naruto Sunday night streams. Appreciate that everybody's been stopping by and keeping the discussion going. It's been very encouraging to see the response, so I just want to take another moment and say thank you for all that. 1 second, I do want to check something on my OBS to make sure that I am uploading correctly. Looks like it is. Okay. So, welcome to the stream. If you are checking this out as a like VOD later on, just to give a brief summary of what we're going to be talking about tonight and what we've been talking about recently, we're going to be going over Obito and the Edo Jinchuuriki once again. Specifically this time, we're going to be looking for signs as to whether or not Obito is in control of the Edo Jinchuuriki, and if he loses control, at what point that control is subverted. This is inspired partially by a debate that happened recently between Noodles and Apollo, and the topic in that debate came up as to whether or not Obito is able to actually exert control over the individual Jinchuuriki, like Edo Jinchuuriki members, and get them to do what he wants them to do, or whether they are acting independently and whether or not they lash out at him when he gets close. So, the Edo Jinchuuriki themselves are kind of a mystery. They're a little bit odd because they are Edo Tensei, but they're also paths of Obito. Obito refers to them as like his new 6 paths of pain, essentially. And they furthermore are enhanced with Rinnegan and Sharingan. So there's a lot going on with these characters that can be a little bit difficult to kind of sift through. And I want to start off the stream tonight by basically going over that stuff, by providing some clarification as to how they function, how they relate to Obito. And then maybe after that we can go and do a response to the debate if people are feeling that, or we can just continue talking about some other arguments. Another thing that came up was whether or not Kakazu would be capable of one-shotting various paths of pain. That's something that we've touched on previously, but we can definitely go into more detail, specifically discussing the Asura path's durability and how it relates to the durability of the other paths. So basically my take on the debate, like very briefly summarized, is that there was a lot of interesting things that were brought up and that were kind of mentioned, but they were just sort of lightly touched on and then very quickly abandoned in favor of, the same sort of rhetoric and argumentation and hostility, unfortunately, that we wind up seeing all too often in these discussions. And I'm getting like flashbacks from the Swag Kage debate from last year, because so much of it feels like, yeah, it's a little confusing, it's a little nebulous on the surface, but if you just take a moment to dig into it, it's not really that hard to understand. And so I wound up kind of feeling like there was an almost deliberate attempt to just move away from the information. Do you know what I mean? There was a happy lack of enthusiasm about understanding the jutsu, understanding the mechanics and stuff like that. And I really kind of disagree with that approach. My intention with the misunderstanding Kakazu versus Pain, or Itachi versus Pain video, was to try to provide a reference point to say, like, okay, if anybody watched that debate and you're confused about things like the Chibaku Tensei or Jiraiya versus Pain, here's a reference point, right? Here's essentially a big old list of things that you can look up to help you better understand the individual topics that they were mentioning or referencing, rather. And that's kind of what I feel like doing in response to this debate. I'm a little hesitant to play the debate front to back, just because of, I really can't stand the way that they talk to each other after a little while. But I have some timestamps. I'm willing to, talk about the first chunk of it and the last chunk of it. Might just skip a lot of the stuff in between. But anyway, before we get into any of that, before we get into the drama of it, which I'd like to just avoid entirely, I want to take a moment to go through and just talk about the mechanics, just talk about the Edo Tensei and Obito himself. And I think this time I'll actually try to leave timestamps in the description so that if you're watching this back as a VOD, you have the opportunity to just skip to the specific points at which, we're discussing the durability stuff versus the control stuff or whatever. Hopefully this will be a useful resource. Let me take a quick drink of water and then we can get started. Oh, hey, how's it going out here? I think it's been a couple weeks since I've seen you, right? How have you been? Hope everything's going okay on your end. Sorry if I'm misremembering, did you mention that you were dealing with a little bit of back pain a little while ago? Hopefully that's subsided. I thought of that the other day. I actually have some in my lower back that's kind of irritating me, and trying to do some stretches to get it to subside a little bit. So, regarding the Naruto stuff, I think I'm just going to start by going over the Edo Jinchuuriki fight, kind of beat by beat, talking about what happens, and specifically we want to look out for what Obito is doing with respect to the other Edo Jinchuuriki that are there. So you probably saw in the thumbnail that Obito describes these paths as, these characters as his new paths of pain, right? 6 new pains. And what we know about the paths of pain, at least Nagato's versions of them, is that each of the individual paths are controlled via chakra rods. So they're corpses and they're being remote controlled. Now, the thing about this is that these characters do have chakra rods in them, but first and foremost, they're Edo Tensei. So they're not quite the same as Nagato's corpses. And they also don't have chakra rods obviously embedded throughout their bodies. So this leads to a little bit of confusion, I think, as to how exactly they work. Is Obito in control of them? And if so, is he like sending his chakra through them the same way that Nagato sends his chakra through them? If so, can he amplify their strength or their stats or anything like that? This is something that came up in the I think it was a Swagkage Noodles debate from a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. The idea that Obito is amping them with his chakra because they have individual like chakra rods in them. If so, how does that interface with the Rinnegan and the Sharingan? Are these, like Obito says, they should be able to use their eyes now, as though the eyes like took a while to activate? So does that mean that he like implanted eyes into them? A lot of people seem to think that the appearance of the Rinnegan and the Sharingan in their eyes is a result of Obito projecting his own vision onto them. After all, that's how Nagato works, right? He has the individual paths of pain, and they are not all each individually given a Rinnegan. Like the animal summons too have a Rinnegan pattern in their eyes, but they're not given Rinnegan. Like I don't think there's any evidence that Nagato has like a laboratory somewhere where he's making giant ass Rinnegan and putting them in the eyes of his summons. I think the implication, just like how when Obito controls Kurama or Madara controls Kurama, you see the Sharingan pattern appear in their eye. The idea is that when Nagato controls his pains and the animal summons, the Rinnegan pattern appearing in their eye is a sign that they are sharing the linked field of vision. So if that's the case, then we have a couple of reasons to suspect here that Obito might be directly controlling the paths, his paths of pain, right? Because they are reflecting his the same exact eye setup that he has. I've heard some people suggest that maybe the eyes were doctored. In other words, Obito has that big collection of the wall of presumably Sharingan, and we know that he can infuse, or he knows how to make Rinnegan if it's just Sharingan plus Senju DNA. So maybe he can't create like a perfect dual set of Rinnegan or something like that and just mass produce them. But some people have made the argument that maybe all of these are basically like these 6 eyes are former Uchiha eyes that have been harvested, and then the Rinnegan are 6 more that have been enhanced with Senju chakra. I think that that's probably not as likely. Oh, one second, I'm getting a notification. Oh, okay, interesting. Apologies if the stream status is inconsistent. I might have an issue with my internet. I'm getting like a little notification on YouTube. I'll look into that. So hopefully the stream quality is okay. Let me know, please, if it's unbearable or anything, and I'll see what I can do. Kakasu and Holidays, hey, how's it going? Hope your week's been going well. Thank you for stopping by the Elden Ring stream. I appreciate it. I know it wasn't exactly the same sort of stuff we usually talk about, but I appreciate you stopping by and having a chat. I also appreciate the reference to the debate between Apollo and Noodles. I listened to it about 1.5 times, and obviously, like, I have some thoughts about it. So, you say I lag as fuck. Oh, is it the quality of my stream? Okay, it looks like it improved now. Yes, I think I had an issue with my connection locally. Hopefully that's been resolved. Let me just check my network settings. A sec. Okay. Yeah, we've been having some storms here, and so the internet connection has been a little intermittent. Hopefully it's stabilized now. YouTube is telling me that it's a little bit better. But if you need to repeat anything, if it goes down, like, let me know. I definitely don't mind going over anything again. But yeah, so basically all that is just to say that I think it's probably the case that Obito is projecting his vision through them. That seems to me to be more likely than him manufacturing all these individual eyes. But I like that argument. I think that's, if we go back to around 520, 522, around these chapters, Kabuto explains the way that the Edo Tensei works. So we can just skim over this so we can go into more depth, if you like. 1 second, sorry. Yeah, it looks like my stream is a little inconsistent quality-wise with the internet connection, so sorry for the distraction there. Um, Not exactly sure how to mitigate it, but I will look into it. I'm sorry for the interruption. I think it's probably due to the storm. But anyway, so just to kind of recap, Kabuto is able to it explains how the Edo Tensei works, and essentially after you use the summoning and you bind the soul to the body of the other person via a sacrifice, then essentially you have control over the other person. But the control that you take is in the form of commands. So it's not like Sasori with his puppets, where Sasori is like making the puppets dance and move and attack and whatever else. It's that you tell the thing what to do by exerting like a command essentially, and then they will follow the command. You can override the commands, and if the character is strong enough, they can potentially resist the command to a certain extent. I forget where it is. Maybe I can find it. I think it's pretty soon. But there's that explosion guy who winds up getting summoned. Yeah, I think it's this guy. When he's first summoned in, he starts to resist it, and then Kabuto re-exerts his control over him and like overwrites his will essentially. So there is a form of control, but it's not the same control as you might see on puppet strings. It's more like suggestion, right? Are you controlling the electricity flowing through a computer when you issue commands to a program or something? So that's kind of the first thing I want to establish, is that control can mean different things and it can present itself in different ways. And so it's worth being precise with the term control when we're referring to this sort of thing. That being said, let's also take a look at something that came up was the concept of like, okay, maybe we can get a sense of a character controlling another if they use a hand sign. And so as we go through the Obito feats, I want us to look for whatever hand signs he might be using that could potentially give us a clue into his ability to control people. And specifically, I want to point out a couple of things. Is this the part that I was looking for? Oh yeah, here we go. So he says, like, Chukichi of the Mist and you, Foundation Ninja from Konoha, your job is sensory, intel, and support. And then he says, you're Akatsuki, aren't you? If you think you make us do your bidding, right? So once Kabuto gives him the command, he starts doing what he wants. That doesn't mean that he's like dragging him around on a leash and forcing him to do every single action. He's overriding the control tag in his mind and forcing him to kind of follow commands that way. So that's kind of what I want to start with, because remember, these paths that Obito has are like kind of weird hybrid things, and that they are paths of pain. They do have chakra rods, but the chakra rods have a separate function from the ones that Nagato's do, and their control is being exerted in a way that's a bit different from what you would normally see. Let me catch up on some comments. Kakuzun Holiday says, no, it's me. Oh, okay, gotcha. So, sorry, that's frustrating when that stuff comes up, especially if it's out of your control. Like, I don't know what's happening on your end, but like on my end, I'm just getting occasional notifications like, hey, your quality sucks. And like, well, I'm sorry. Not much I can do about that from here. But I will try to pay attention, see if anything else comes up. Let me know if you need me to go back over anything. Kakazu then says, but there's a weak spot of Obito controlling the Jinchuuriki before amping them. If they are controlled by the 6 paths of pain, we know each path of pain have a different reaction speed. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, like, each of these individual characters, being Edo Tensei, are essentially brought back the same way that they were, like, soon before they died. Right? That's the case for all of the Edo Tensei. We could have a discussion at some point, we could have a discussion tonight, about whether coming back as an Edo Tensei nerfs your stats overall, like it makes you overall less durable, less fast, and stuff like that. But the way that Kabuto just described it in that chapter that we were skimming through, he says you're given all of the abilities that you had while you were alive. It also seems like for characters like Kimimaro, that any like crippling illnesses or grievous wounds, like Haku's, hole in the chest that he dies from, or hole in his heart that he dies from, that those are erased too. They don't seem to come back sick and decrepit or anything. Obviously, Chio comes back and she's old. The Raikage comes back and the third Raikage comes back and he has a scar on his chest. And Nagato comes back and he's unable to move normally, and he's sort of drained and emaciated. So there's a little bit of nuance there. I explained in the video on Itachi versus Pain what my perspective on Nagato being emaciated was, and my argument was that it had to do more with him using the Rinne Rebirth than him being sick. But basically, the way that you were soon before you died, you come back looking like that and acting like that. So you have the same overall skills, overall stats, maybe with a slight nerf, maybe not. And so each of these individual paths can reasonably be expected to have different stats, and to function differently, and to have different, like, I don't know, tactical thinking, I guess, deployment in combat. If Obito gives each of them an attack order via the command tag, he's just like, just follow orders, just attack, right? Each of these individual characters is going to attack in its own way. Like, Roshi is going to do his own thing, Utakata is going to do his own thing, unless Obito is directly doing what Kabuto does during the Edo Nagato fight. Remember when he takes control of Nagato and says, like, okay, I'm going to make him do the Chibaku Tensei now. It's possible for Obito to take control. But it's also possible for him to just let them go and say, just like, do what you want, just attack. And in that case, I think they're going to be moving at whatever speed they were relative to when they were alive. They're going to be using the same tactical thinking and positioning. I say thinking loosely because, you know, their brains are numbed by the jutsu. But hopefully that makes sense. Kakuzu and Holidays then says durability, etc. How to prove that Obito amped them to a significant degree since they don't have the same speed. I would agree with that. I don't think there's any direct evidence that Obito is amplifying their base stats. My perspective is that they come back as Edo Tensei relative to their alive selves, maybe with a little bit of a nerf depending on your perspective on that, but basically effectively the same as they were when they were alive. And then Obito gives them the Rinnegan and the Sharingan, and those two dojutsu, I don't believe they increase your base stats, including your speed. So just having a Sharingan doesn't make you run faster than not having a Sharingan. But the combination of the Sharingan and the Rinnegan let them predict their opponent's movements better, and also let them function better together as a unit, and so their effective speed is increased, meaning their ability to, like, position themselves tactically and to intercept opponents and to anticipate what they're going to do means that they are moving faster overall in the sense of, like, their ability to connect with their opponents, but their actual, like, kilometers per hour or whatever, they're not getting, like, a nitrous boost from either of the eyes. And since Obito isn't running his own chakra through them with a series of chakra rods the same way that Nagato is doing, I also don't think he's, like, puppet string style controlling them and giving them a boost that way. So all of that was just to say that, yeah, I agree with you. Hey, Mr. Narrative, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. No worries. I mean, we're just kind of getting ramped up. I'm going over some of the Edo Jinchuuriki stuff, basically trying to get a sense of when and if Obito is controlling them, or rather how he's controlling them, and then we're going to work our way up to the part where they rebel against him, and we're going to look at what exactly happens there. This is in response in part to the debate between Noodles and Apollo that just happened. I don't know, I forget if you mentioned if you had seen that. Not sure if I would necessarily recommend it because it does get pretty heated, unless that's your thing. I think Kakuzu and Holidays, you were there for it, right? So I'd be curious what the vibe was in the room after everything went down. That was crazy. But as usual, you know, there were a bunch of things that came out of the debate, even if I don't necessarily enjoy the hostility. The topics that they kind of touched on are kind of interesting. And more to the point, there seemed to be a lot of frustration coming from a lack of understanding of the, like, how things like Obito's paths work. And so my goal here is to just, like, chat with you about how these things work and see if we can figure out, like, some of that ambiguity. Maybe arrogantly, I tend to respond to a lot of the stuff that comes up like that in debates by saying, like, if only you opened the manga and read for 5 minutes, you'd figure it out. It's not that hard, right? Like, That's what I'll catch myself saying when I'm listening to this stuff. So I want to put my money where my mouth is and be like, okay, let's open up the manga and see if we can just figure out the stuff that they were disagreeing about, right? So no worries. I'm going to be here for a couple hours, probably until 10 p.m. EST tonight. So we got plenty of time to kind of take our time and go through things. Kakazu in Holidays says the only control Obito seems to have control is related to the bee juice through the chakra rods. Well, I think that might be the case. But when Obito starts off with the Jinchuuriki, what's his name? Kabuto has obviously, performed the Edo Tensei ritual and has placed control tags inside their heads so that they can be controlled. And after that happens, if he's not actively micromanaging the Jinchuuriki, then somebody has to be able to tell them to advance or stop or split up, or tell them when to manifest their tails or start transforming into Biju mode or whatever. I think Obito is issuing those commands, and I think to kind of jump ahead a little bit, I want to first establish that the rat hand sign, so this one over here, specifically the one-handed version of it, is something that's consistently used to exert control over something at a distance. And we have a few different examples of it. Here, when Madara is in the war and he's trying to exert control over Obito to make him use the Rinne Rebirth, he uses that one-handed sign of the rat. I think it's the rat. It's a little hard to tell, but the fingers are there underneath the other. And it could be the ram, actually. Let's see. This is another example that I'll get into in just a second. So we have the extended index and middle finger, and then those two fingers curled around with the thumb. So it might actually be the ram as opposed to the rat. They look very similar. Let's go with the ram for now. Either way, it's one of these two symbols, and it's used consistently. So we have Madara using it over here to exert control. Obito, it's a little difficult to see what he's doing from this perspective, so let's check out the next chapter. So here he's doing something similar, right? He's got his fingers up like that, and then the other two interlocked. So I think that is a sign of the ram. It looks just like that. And this, as we know, is the hand sign specifically to become the Ten Tails Jinchuuriki. Madara is exerting control with this, and Obito is exerting control with this over the Ten Tails to become the Jinchuuriki. Now he thinks it's a Rinne Rebirth, but Naruto in the next chapter says, no, I recognize that hand seal from whenever Nagato did it at the end of the pain fight. Different seal. So it's not the Rinne Rebirth, right? It's this particular jutsu to become the Ten Tails Jinchuuriki. Over here we see Kabuto using it again. Obviously we don't see his full body, but he's still got his fingers raised up like that. And this is specifically to control Mu to try to free his own body, and then to, I think, bring in Madara right after this. Here's an example of Deidara doing something as well. Deidara has his bombs at a distance, and he does this hand sign again to control the bomb to explode at a distance. I think there's another one. Yeah, here's Kabuto doing this. And over the course of the fight, he's specifically trying to control Itachi and get him to use the Amaterasu, but it doesn't work, right? And he's surprised that he's not able to exert that control. So what I'm trying to establish here is that when characters are trying to control remotely activated objects, including and maybe even especially the Edo Tensei, we can tell that they're doing that because they will oftentimes use the sign of the ram in order to do that. Here it looks like he's doing it now, right? So Kabuto makes the sign of the ram. Oh, sorry, wrong page. He makes the sign of the ram, and then he specifically, we see this thing going through Itachi and Nagato's mind, and then immediately they start attacking. So I think the clear implication here is that Kabuto can use that hand sign to trigger attacks. And if Kabuto can do it, and Obito just learned how to use the Edo Tensei from Kabuto, I think he's doing the same thing too. He's essentially giving programs to it's like he's playing a strategy game and he's StarCraft or something, and he's telling, okay, the tank go over here, and the Marauder go over there, and the Marines go up the center, something like that. Kakazu and Holiday says the only control Obito seems to have controls related to the Bichutsu chakra rods. Yeah, sorry, I already read that. We'll get to that next. Obito, stop thinking about a young dead girl mid battle. Yeah, he's definitely dedicated. You can't fault him for that, I suppose. You can fault him for what he's dedicated to, but maybe not the dedication itself. Anyway, so with that being said, we have, I think, established that Obito can exert control remotely at will with that particular hand sign. So let's go back to the Edo Jinchuuriki's move through the forest. Now, something that came up in the debate, something that also came up in previous debates and in the, what was it called? The Brutal Honesty video, is the idea that Obito, or maybe it wasn't in the Brutal Honesty video, maybe it was just debates, sorry, is the idea that Obito can't control the Jinchuuriki because whenever the Jinchuuriki are near him, they lash out and try to attack him. So, no. Because here they are, and here he is. All of them, all 6 of them, are right there with him. And they've been traveling with him up to this point, right? Like, where's the panel I'm looking for? Do I still have it up? They've been traveling with him, right? They're right there with him right now. They've been traveling with him through the forest to get here. There we go. And this entire time, none of them are attacking him or acting in any way hostile to him. He seems to be in front right here, so they're behind him. If they wanted to rebel against him, they could attack him from behind, but they're not doing so. So they are following his orders. They are not outside of his control. So, going back to the fight, let's actually skim through a little bit. So we talked about some of this stuff in the past. We have this water mirror, or aqua mirror jutsu. We have the clash. We have the, like, damage to Naruto's shoulder. Interesting that this particular feat doesn't seem to come up. I think this is the most damage, or rather, I don't know if I want to quantify it, but like Utakata's damage here is significant enough to hurt Naruto, like quite a bit. Naruto also gets burned by one of Roshi's attacks. Naruto's also potentially vulnerable to the rodent hairball attack because Killer Bee is concerned about it, which comes up soon. So KCM Naruto, I guess, is assumed to have an extremely high durability because of his chakra amount. If that's the case, then a lot of characters, including, you know, maybe Yukito with a rodent hairball, have the opportunity to actually have very high damage scaling because quite a few of them are capable of, potentially overwhelming him with their physical strikes. They're capable of burning him, of like using acid, of using explosive bubbles, all these different things that are potentially capable of harming him. So I wish that there was a bit more nuance in the discussion about his durability rather than just saying, oh, he's KCM1, so, and then just kind of leaving it at that. Because the other option, right, is that maybe he has a lot of attack power and destructive capability, but maybe his durability doesn't actually go up all that much when he's in KCM. Maybe he's just vulnerable to a lot of different, particularly like Kekkei Genkai style attacks, or I should say Kekkei Genkai Jinchuuriki level ninjutsu. It's not really all that weird or inconsistent, is it, that he would potentially be vulnerable to those things? So, anyway, a little off topic, but I think it's worth noting. Kakazu and Holiday says, I had a discussion with some guys of mine. Why would Kabuto revive Azuma, Dan, Hiyashi, Hyuga, and not Sakumo Hatake, for example, or Fugaku? Yep. We concluded that Jonin is over the fathers. Yeah, I think that's a good point. My take on that is, well, there's kind of like the glib, for the same reason that they didn't bring back, I guess, like Conan or or any number of other characters, like Kisame, for example. Well, Kisame like tore himself to pieces, but you could probably argue that a lot of characters should have been brought back if Kishimoto had written that, like, oh, somebody managed to keep a shred of or like Samehara still had some residual DNA from Kisame in it, and then they recovered it and used it to bring him back or something like that. Like, maybe that wouldn't work, but you know what I mean? There would be there could be a version of the narrative where they did manage to use Sakumo, or to get Sakumo back, or Fugaku back, etc., etc. It wouldn't be preposterous for that to have been written into the story, but I think just like stepping outside the manga and just thinking tactically from like trying to create art consistently, there's so many characters that get reintroduced. There's so many like narrative arcs that Kishimoto tries to rekindle, and already with the number of the ones that he tried to address, I feel like it was overwhelming, and there was a lot of them that didn't get the full like dedication that they deserved. Like Haku and Zabuza, it was really cool to see them again, but their conversation with Kakashi and all them didn't really feel any more emotionally satisfying, or like it had really evolved or progressed all that much versus the first time, which is kind of like a repeat. The one with Asuma and his team, I think that one was well done. It really was nice for them to have a conclusion to the previous arc, but that lasted like a chapter or two. Not that it has to last forever, but it was very brief overall, and the actual interactions that Asuma had with the team weren't all that in depth. Kimimaro as well didn't really get to say anything about his relationship with Orochimaru. I guess Sasori was there for a minute and he talked to Kankuro, and it was really awkward. So I don't know. I think it would have been really, really cool if Kakashi got a chance to talk to his dad, especially since we don't know that much about him. And especially since they had that conversation at the campfire before, right? Like after he died during the pain fight, it kind of seemed like there was a progression of the narrative between those two characters and of their relationship between one another. And it would have been nice to kind of subvert the conclusion. Like that's something that Obito is really good at, is that he takes stories and narratives that had happy endings and that like had hope still left in them, and he just like turns them on their head and destroys them. So imagine like Kakashi reconciling with his dad after all that time, and then Obito just comes in and is like, actually no, I'm ruining this. That's something that I think would be in character for him. So it would be something that further embellishes his character as well as the other two characters. But if you do that, you have to take time away from like all of the like mindless fights that happen. I'm being too harsh, but all the other fights that are just not very well developed. For example, I know that people like Kin and Gin. I know that people like Kin and Gin. I think I don't like them personally at all, but if you do, that's totally fine. I personally would have just taken them out completely and just given that time to other characters that we already know. Not that it's like bad to introduce new characters, but there's just so many that we only get a little glimpse of. So anyway, that's my perspective on it. You might disagree. That's totally fine. Hakazun Holiday says Konan must have fell under the sea at that point. It's possible, but I think when at the end of that fight, she's just floating on the surface of the water, right? So I feel like if Obito really wanted to, he could have just collected her body, but he probably didn't even think it was worth it, right? He was probably just sort of saw her as scum because she betrayed the Akatsuki. He was pretty upset with her. So I don't even think, wanted to give her the honor, so to speak, of coming back to serve him. Let alone Yahiko. That would have been kind of messed up if he brought Yahiko and Konan and Nagato all together and like reunited the old team and made them all fight as like one unit. That'd be pretty messed up. I could see him doing that. Kazun Holiday says Sai is over Datara and Sasori. Yeah, that was seeing Datara go from blowing up the Turtle Island, and like I know he was working with Kabuto at that moment, but just like totally blowing that thing over, and keeping up with Onoki, to then getting just like immediately shut down and put in a box. It's like kind of sad. Also kind of funny though. Heart says, hi Kakazu, apologies for the silence. Oh, no worries at all, man. I appreciate it. I think you mentioned before that sometimes you'll leave the stream on for a while you're doing chores and whatnot. But like I'm totally that's totally fine. I appreciate you stopping by at all. I appreciate the engagement. I also like like listening to Naruto stuff and Dark Souls stuff as podcasts, and if that winds up being the best way to kind of listen along, that's totally fine too. I'm just glad to have you here. Glad to have the conversation. Howard says, apparently I missed the Apollo versus Noodles part 2. Oh, there was a part 1? I never even saw that. Was that recently? But yeah, I missed it too. Kakazu God let me know about it, and of course I had to check it out, and it was pretty much what I expected. Although there's one thing that I want to get to that was like really, I'm really kind of almost impressed by, but not in a good way. But anyway, yeah, it was one of those sort of typical chaotic events. But some interesting topics came out of it, so hopefully we can harvest some good points to talk about. Howard says Loki Datara likes blowing up turtles. TBH. I think he was really into it, honestly. I mean, it's just another opportunity for him to manifest his art, right? Which I wish he and Sasori had a chance to do more to demonstrate their artistry. Their duo and their differing perspectives is actually really interesting and really funny. Kakazu and Holiday says people are talking about Edo Kakazu while they did better than both of them versus a stronger company. Yeah, well, if you believe that Edo Kakazu was nerfed as well, then that would be even bigger feat for a live Kakazu. Although I might disagree with that, but yeah, I feel like people don't talk enough about what Kakazu manages to accomplish. Like, just stepping outside of the debate mindset where you have to prove everything to the point where you can win a debate, just enjoying it casually. Kakazu does, is pretty awesome. Excuse me. It's pretty awesome in that he manages to relatively quickly gain a hold of 5 shinobi that he considers to be worthy, I guess, rip their hearts out, and then assimilate them into himself, and then start deploying those same hearts to attack actively on the battlefield. I mean, he very, very quickly subverts the force that he's being engaged with, and then uses it to his advantage. He does wind up losing, but at the same time, it is evidence for his tactical thinking and just how much of a threat he is. Not necessarily somebody who's standing up to Madara or whatever, or the characters who come later, but especially for the part of the series where he was featured, he is a menace. I know that when I turn on my debater brain or whatever, my analyst brain, then I tend to be a lot more, calculating, about the way that I analyze what he did. But narratively speaking, yeah, he's terrifying. He's awesome. Howard says it was 2 years ago. Oh, okay, yeah, I guess I have some catching up to do. I don't know anything about the history between them or whatever. I literally just listened to the debate yesterday. Kakazu says the part 1 is not interesting debate-wise. It mainly was insulting each other. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Kakazu was weakened due to weak hearts. It wasn't from S-rank ninjas, but random people. Oh, yeah, that's a good... I think you brought that up before, right? Is that, his overall strength might be proportional to the strength of the hearts themselves, not just the quality of ninjutsu that they're using, but also, the amount of residual chakra in them. That's possible. Howard says, if anything, it shows Ramen Pack is in the decline in rhetoric. Need to up his arguments. Yeah, I was... Honestly, it fell so quickly into shambles and hostility, and so much hostility, that if we do talk about the debate directly listening to it, at the end of I'll probably jump ahead to the end of it, and go over some of the arguments that were made there, because there's just all of these Gish Gallop style. Gish Galloping basically just means making a whole lot of points really, really quickly and not giving your opponent an opportunity to respond, especially when those points take a long time to kind of debunk or to address properly. And basically that's what was going back and forth. They were doing the talking stick thing, and I think that's something that's I would agree with, taking turns basically and not just going at each other's throats. But then each one of them would basically just shotgun a whole bunch of points, and then they wouldn't really address anything the other was saying. Apollo was trying to, sort of, and Noodles was trying not to, to my judgment anyway. But you can kind of tell that they lose the plot, especially Noodles, in my opinion, lost the plot and just kind of wasn't really listening. Ironically, he was berating Apollo for not being able to track the arguments, but he was like aggressively ignoring his points and just like completely misunderstanding what was being said. They were Apollo was talking about like Pain's durability at the end of the fight, like when he gets one shot by the Rasengan, and Noodles kept trying to bring it back to his durability against Kakashi, and just like would not engage at all with what Apollo was saying about the Rasengan or something like that, right? They were just talking about two things in parallel and being mad at each other for not acknowledging each other's perspectives. That's what it sounded like, right? Don't take my word for it. Like, obviously, go listen to it yourselves if you're interested in it. But yeah, that I just like I couldn't. I want to say I couldn't believe it, but it's also like exactly what I expected. Kakuzu said it's more Apollo fallacying Noodles. That's why it was heated. Oh, so your perspective is that Apollo was not like being fair to Noodles? I didn't get that impression. I thought that he was maybe too focused on the like rhetoric side of things. He was just like maybe emphasizing a little bit too much the whole like, well, you see, my intellectual sparring partner over here has failed to establish the logical preposition which he previously dictated, and therefore, due to the principles outlined by the greats like Carl Hume like Carl Sagan and whatever, like the epistemological rigor has failed to meet its mark. It's just like, yes, okay, I get it. That is good that you're using those terms. You clearly understand debate logic and rules and stuff like that. But also, I felt like there was an attempt to try to poke too much at like, oh, you did a little bit of a fucky wucky on your rhetoric there, sir, as opposed to here's why the feat that you mentioned isn't relevant, or here's why your scaling is bad, or something like that. So maybe he focused a little bit too much on that. But Noodles, to me, just like overall was too committed to kind of shotgunning points, and then the individual points he was making, he didn't take the time to substantiate, and then just kind of got frustrated when Apollo demanded that he actually provide evidence for his points. So, I mean, it's kind of the same stuff we've seen before. But if you disagree, let me know. I mean, I'd be curious to hear what you think of it. Obviously, like, I'm going to be running my mouth for a couple of hours, but I want to hear your thoughts as well. Maybe you had a different experience than I did, and that's totally fine. Noodles recorded, though, and ashamed Apollo. Yeah, it was weird. I thought he said he wasn't recording at the beginning, but then there were a couple of points where he was like, I got this on record. I got this on recording. And I'm like, you know it's on the internet, right? Like, the whole thing's being recorded, so we can all listen to it back. Well, anyway. I heard Kakuzu and Holidays. Doesn't the fact that Kakashi says the jutsu is high-level proof of at least high-tier ninjas of Asuma level, though? It's possible. I mean, I'm not to answer for Kakuzu, but it's one of those things where I would totally agree with your take from a narrative standpoint. I think that, again, like if we're trying to get into debate mode or whatever, then you could say, well, we don't know any of those ninjas specifically. We don't know their feats, and since they're not like named out and not given descriptions of what they're capable of doing, we don't really know one way or another. And so it's a sort of thing where I think it's fine to apply a little bit of headcanon and just say, yeah, I mean, they were shinobi that were deployed in the war. They have to be somewhat effective. We don't have any indication that they were like, what do you call it when you like conscript peasants or whatever into an army and they're not really trained or they're not really ready for it, but you just have to kind of take anybody who you possibly can, like drafting. I don't think that's the case. I think everybody there were at least Chunin level, if not Jonin. So I think it's fine to say that they were all probably skilled, but obviously none of the hearts that he took were named shinobi of fame and renown as far as we know. So Howard says the first portion was more due to Ajax, Apollo's old name, not reading the manga as much. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's fair. I mean, like, I think it's only fair to ask everybody to do a close reading of the stuff they're talking about. Obviously, you're not going to remember everything. Like, Naruto's a long series. I've known about and read the series casually for years, and then I guess you could say I've been rereading it closely for a couple of years, ever since I started listening to debates, and I'm confident talking about Kakuzu and Pain and Itachi and maybe Naruto in part 1. I still don't feel super confident like debating most other characters outside of the scope of those, just even though I know like a lot of little individual facts and points, because there's just so much knowledge, there's so much information to go over. So I don't expect anybody to memorize everything or get everything right. But I do expect that you at least would show up with some scans, with some evidence, and be able to bring that to bear, and that have recently read through the fight in context, like not just looked up an individual page, but actually gone through and seen the whole sequence of events. Because one of the biggest mistakes that I hear people make in streams like that or debates like that is that they just take individual statements and they don't look at it as part of the whole like sequence of events that it's a part of, and they wind up missing out on a lot of detail that way, in my opinion. Kakuzu and Holidays. Asuma never displayed such feat in elemental jutsu like the Hearts did. I think he had like a burning ash jutsu. So Asuma is... I mean, Asuma was one of the 12 guardian shinobi that guarded the Hokage, so he's probably an elite ninja, and he does have like... I don't think the burning an ash thing is a Kekkei Genkai. I think it's just a normal... whatchamacallit? It's a normal fire jutsu, but still, he's got something. I could totally see Kakuzu taking his heart just for fire style. Kakuzu and Holiday, or Ahert says he tends to lean to philosophical analysis whenever he can, but his take on literature analysis isn't the same. Interesting. Okay, yeah. I would be curious to know. So you think he's like more of a philosophy debate bro who's like trying to cross over into Naruto, whereas I don't necessarily think I can make the same level of erudite claims that he does about like the great philosophers or whatnot, or like the different principles of logic or whatnot, but I think I could still articulate myself about Naruto specifically. So yeah, if I'm understanding you correctly, then there is a difference. Kakuzu was talking about part 1, not part 2. Kakuzu says the alive hearts were stolen via S-rank ninja stated in databook for Akatsuki members, which is way above Asuma since Asuma says only Hidan is far ahead of him. Oh, I see what you're saying. Do you think it's like I honestly don't know. Do you think it's possible that Asuma is an S-rank ninja, but like if S is the highest rank that you can go, that Asuma is S rank and then also Hidan is S rank, and that's just when, you know, like if you want to give a restaurant a 5-star review or something like that, you could still have 2 restaurants that get 5 stars, but the second one you love like way more. You know, that's maybe a bad analogy, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Where am I on the comments? Auhert then says, I mean, I meant in the sense that for Kakashi being shocked by Asuma's death and knowing his skill and wind nature, yet he claims Kakuzu to be impressive on the end of his ninjutsu feats, that has to mean something of Asuma's level to consideration. Yeah, I think that, and his fire yeah, so he's got access to fire style and wind style, and he's quite proficient at both. Remember, he just casually throws that chakra blade through the rock when he puts his wind style onto it, when he's teaching Naruto, like, how to use wind style. So I think that he is very capable. He has multiple natures and he can use them very effectively. So I think he represents a threat. I think especially, you know, if what's his name? If Kakuzu was willing to at least take Choji's heart to get a heart back and then use it as a 1-up, I think he would take Asuma's too if he could. I think, didn't Auhert mention Ramen Pack before? I think that was just Noodles' like previous name, and then he changed it because Swag used to refer to him as Ramen. Kakuzu might just be stronger than we know. Yeah, that's possible as well. Kakuzu says, I personally do not think it's regular Jonin level. Kakuzu's elemental were huge and dangerous. That's possible. I do know that the third data book does say that one of the hearts that he's taken, at least, possibly multiple, are from previous Akatsuki level Akatsuki members as well. So it has a line in there like, he's taken hearts from many people. One of the hearts was even a former Jinchuuriki or something, or not a Jinchuuriki, a former Akatsuki member. So Kakuzu says, maybe I'm biased, but I don't think so. Kakuzu is not well comprehended in the community, more hated for fun. Yeah, I wonder, I think Noodles like simultaneously increased the number of people talking about Kakuzu, and then also because of some of the arguments that he made, the way that he made them, he created a backlash at the same time, unfortunately. But maybe your video will help to kind of clear things up and kind of shift things in favor of Kakuzu being better understood. Asuma might know Fireball Jutsu too. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. Kakuzu says, no, he isn't. I don't even think Kakashi's S rank at this point. Interesting. Okay. I would be surprised. I guess I'd be curious what the criteria are for an S rank ninja. Like, how are we defining that? Howard says he's at S class level though, in terms of skill anyway. Yeah. It doesn't the isn't the Raikiri described as an S rank jutsu in the first data book, or am I misremembering that? Kakuzun Holiday says maybe Kakashi is S rank, yeah, but in the lowest. Yeah, so there can be multiple like tier, like multiple like sub tiers within S tier, essentially. Like S is the highest you can go, but you can still be more or less of an S tier, if that makes sense. And then the lowest being Hidan is still good. Yeah, I mean, like being an Akatsuki member, you have to be at a certain baseline level, but obviously there's a big difference between being Hidan and being like Kisame, for example. Mr. Narrative says, "Hey, what did you think of the Dragon Ball debates I sent you?" So, I listened to the one with, was it Aeroflame and Taurus on Kid Buu versus Buuhan, and I think I listened to a couple other that came out of that. And overall, I actually, so remember last time I was ranting about like hostility and debates and stuff like that, and I said that I don't really have a problem with it as long as people kind of like shake hands afterwards, like they agree that it was all in good fun or whatever. I kind of felt like that was the vibe I got from Arrow and Taurus, because they did get heated a couple times, but at the end of it, they shook. It felt like they were okay with it. Like they were laughing things off, and they were kind of palling around and being like, "I can't believe you just said you'd piss on me," or whatever it was. But yeah. Overall, I thought it was pretty good. I am happy to talk about it in detail in the next stream. I'm gonna do some Naruto stuff tonight just because it's like at the front of my mind. But I'm definitely happy. I definitely want to talk about Kid Buu versus Buuhan. And I think referencing that debate would be useful. And I can go through it at greater length if you liked as well. I remember Arrow Flame in the beginning. Kind of, I didn't really like the way that he was approaching discussing the translations. It seemed like he was trying to establish the idea that translations inherently aren't reliable unless they're proven to be reliable, and he kind of asserted that the Viz translations are inconsistent and unreliable. But then the Daizenshu and the I can't remember the other guy's name, but he kept referring to another person who had been doing like Hermes or something like that, who had done a bunch of other translations that is apparently more reliable. The thing is, if you're going to establish that a translation is unreliable, you really should demonstrate what's wrong with it in and of itself. And then you also are establishing that you yourself would need to provide justification for any translations you use. And at that point, it gets into like, imagine we were having a debate about this, and I said, Killer B says me first. And I'm like, well, can you prove that? How can you trust Viz? Viz makes mistakes. And then like Obito touches his mask and says, try to remove the mask. And I said, well, can you prove that he's actually talking about the mask? Where's the translation? Translators can make mistakes, right? Yes, that's all true. I don't disagree in principle, but at the end of the day, like, you have to just agree that like you're going to use the same source. Like, agree that all translations might not be reliable, and agree that you're going to use the same source and treat it as if it is truth for the purposes of the debate, or bring translations and substantiate it that way. Now, I do recall Arrow doing that. Like, he had alternate translations for the statement about Buu holding back, but I think he was a little bit like excessive when it came to his like standard of evidence for that, and I think he was setting himself up for a trap if he then needed to bring his own evidence. As for the arguments about Buuhan versus Kid Buu themselves, I did like the fact that they established that there were two different continuities, and they were willing to talk about anime and manga. Especially with Naruto, I think a lot of us will just discount the anime, which is understandable because there's some radical departures away from the manga. The manga is a primary source, but at the end of the day, the anime is a valid piece of media, and it's telling a valid story, and it's worth analyzing it and talking about it and seeing how it compares. So discussing anime feats and manga feats is good. Discussing, I think it was their video where they were talking about like interviews with people, and then the El Manga Legendario and like all of that stuff. They were bringing a lot of good pieces of evidence to bear overall. I think they were pretty thorough. I personally, when I got to the end of it, I wasn't really convinced one way or another. Like, it didn't seem to me that one of them had, like, clearly swept. And so I went and reread the chapters, and I still am not 100% sure. My knee-jerk reaction was that maybe maybe Buuhan, the one fused with Gohan, was stronger, but I am not prepared to, like, to debate it. So I kind of saw that both of them made good points. I think that, you know, they were maybe a little bit pedantic at sometimes. They got a little bit heated and were a little unkind at others, but then they laughed it off. So overall, the debate was really enjoyable. And I am going to go back and give it another listen as I'm preparing to talk about Kid Buu versus Buuhan next week. So thank you for sending it to me. I appreciate it. And I can't remember if there were others you had sent. I apologize if I missed one. But yeah, feel free to keep sending them along. And I'm definitely happy to listen to them. I think, did you send me one with Noodles in it? I might have listened to that for a little bit, and I might not have finished that. But I'm totally happy to go back to it. Okay, catching up on some comments here. Kakazu and Holiday says, why would you think that Asuma's fire nature is comparable to his fire mask? To Kakazu's, like, the one that uses the searing migraine. I'm not sure if they're directly comparable. If you were asking me, I'm not sure if you were asking me or Alherd. I would just think that Asuma's strong enough that if Kakazu were fighting him, that he would consider stealing his heart. Like, he has demonstrated that he can use multiple chakra natures at a high level, and the techniques that he can use are, they're versatile, they're effective. So, given his overall strength, given his, like, prominence narratively in the shinobi world, I think he'd be a candidate to have his heart taken. I don't know that I would scale, like, Burning Ash or whatever it's called to Searing Migraine. I think Searing Migraine appears to have more destructive capability, probably, but Burning Ash also seems to maybe have more tactical utility because it's like a thick cloud of ash that's surrounding people, as opposed to, like, just an explosive attack. Let's see if I can just pull that up for fun. I think it's going to be in, like, 310 or something like that. And we can just take a look at that real quick. Amateur says, hey, did you listen to the recent Noodles versus Apollo debate on Kakazu versus Pain? Yes, I think it was Kakazu and Holidays that sent it to me. I listened to it yesterday, and that's part of what we're talking about tonight. There were some questions that came out of the debate, or some points that they made that I thought were interesting, but I quite significantly disagreed with. And so I thought that would be a good jumping point for us to talk about this evening. We can also go back and listen to the debate if you guys are interested. I have some timestamps of a couple of things that are worth breaking down, I think. It's a little further than this, sorry. I'm probably not going to want to listen to the parts where they were being, like, really heated against each other. But for sure, if you have any questions about it, let me know. I'd be very curious to hear what you all think about it if you've had the chance to listen to it. If there were parts that you agreed or disagreed with or whatnot. Obviously, I tend to have pretty strong reactions to these sorts of things. I guess while we're at it, you can see, like, Asuma talking about it's his using wind, right? Yeah, it's his wind nature. And he pierces, like, right through the tree and then embeds it on the rock. So, Mr. Narrative says, yeah, Arrow was being so petty about the translations. Not gonna lie, that might have been the weakest point in the debate. It probably was. It didn't get off to a super strong start. Mr. Narrative says, unless you know Japanese or know someone who knows Japanese in the debate that can translate the scans mid-debate, then that shit is pointless. Yeah, I will say that Sage of Six Paths, or Sage of Thick Calves, in his Discord, he has a few people that are just, like, apparently very eager to do translations. They translated something for me. They were very, like, kind and very fast in translating it. And there were multiple people there, so they were willing to corroborate it. And it wound up being something that was consistent with another translation as well. So when you've got, like, 2 or 3 people all presenting a translation together as a group and then explaining, like, well, this is the kanji that is written over here, and this is why I chose to translate it this way, and this is another way that you can interpret it. That sort of thing I tend to find valuable. What I don't like is that, you know, people talk so much shit about the Viz translators, and then if you actually, let's see if I can find this. One second. There's one thing that I would recommend you check out. Um, this article from 2003 called Leaving Datebayo Untranslated, Naruto editor and translator share the complex challenges involved in the manga's localization. Right? People, when they're like debating or arguing about this stuff, will be very dismissive and very crude about saying the translators suck, the translators are trash, they're garbage, they don't know what they're talking about, right? And there is very little attempt to actually understand what the process is, who the people are. Like, none of them even know who the people are individually. They don't really have any critiques. For most of the time, when I hear people talking like this, they're not like, oh yeah, Alexis translated this and Alexis is bad because X, Y, or Z, right? They're just talking shit in a blanket sense. But if you're interested in the translation process for Naruto and other manga, go through this. It's like a 10-minute read. And here, I'll post it in chat. And it basically just goes through the difficulty in translating and also in localizing the stuff that is Japanese, that's like culturally different, right? Why they choose to do what they do. And there's in-depth and detailed explanations as to like, when they're like, yeah, this wasn't a perfect translation, we did the best that we could, and here's why, right? It just gives you so much more respect and appreciation for the whole process, both the difficulty of it, the potential errors and mistakes they can make, but why they make the mistakes they make, right? So anyway, this, hopefully you'll find some of that interesting. Kakuzu in Holiday says Asuma don't matter anything at high level, though he needs Chakra Blade to use his wind nature. I don't think he needs a Chakra Blade to use it. I think he can use wind nature, and then he channels his wind nature through the blade and enhances the blade, right? Kakuzu wanted Kakashi's mask only because he took one and because he displayed he could rival his lightning nature. Yeah, I think he was strong enough, but didn't he also want to take Choji's or like Naruto's? I think he said your heart is mine to a couple different people, didn't he? Am I misremembering that? Unlike Sasuke, who would bend his lightning style or B with pencil or any surface. I don't know. I wonder if Asuma could do that too. I mean, B might just be better than him. In fact, I think he very demonstrably is a better shinobi than him overall. But it's possible that, especially if the surface, the core, like the substance inside the middle of the pencil, if it was conductive, it's possible that Asuma could run his chakra through it. Let's see. I was really just looking for the... Oh yeah, here to your point. Chapter 323. They're far stronger than even me. Yep, that's a worthwhile sort of addition to your point there. But I was looking for the burning and ash thing. Okay. Fire style burning ash. Okay. And so it's a relatively small cloud. It's not immediately doing damage to him, but it is surrounding him pretty effectively. And it's also obscuring his vision, and then it creates a pretty massive explosion for this part of the series. So I don't know if it's directly comparable to something like Searing Migraine, because Searing Migraine was like this wave of fire that was expanding outward. It's a different technique, but this also has like the effect of obscuring and surrounding an enemy, and that it can be remotely detonated as well. It has different tactical uses. I think Kakuzu could probably, like, he's smart enough to be able to take something like this and turn it into something that's tactically to his advantage. Mr. Narrative says translation in and of itself is an art that can have different interpretations. Yes, absolutely. Japanese has nuances that English doesn't have, which makes it more complicated. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I think I mentioned that I used to be interested in Dark Souls lore. I'm still interested in it. I just don't really participate in the community that much these days. But one of the things that was always a challenge was things that would be translated from Japanese into English. Sometimes there would be things that would be like references to Japanese like folklore or mythology, or even just like cultural idioms and things that wouldn't really make it into the English. And then somebody who spoke fluent Japanese would comment on Reddit and be like, oh, hey, this thing is a little mistranslation, or this character's gender was probably mistranslated because they used a gender neutral pronoun in Japanese and we didn't really have an equivalent one in English, so the translator just decided to make them male, and so they're actually female, etc., right? And those little comments could add so much clarity and help clear up misconceptions. So it's tough. I don't think that the translators, especially if you listen to interviews with them or you even talk to them on Twitter, they care a lot about what they're doing. They're not like rogue assholes who are just trying to like smear their own interpretations on things. But sometimes it's almost an impossible task when you have something that just doesn't translate between cultures. You're going to need to try to find the second best thing, and that's always going to be subjective, or it's going to be an art, as you were saying. Kakuzu and Holiday says Hidan is barely burnt. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, it's not it's not exactly melting their flesh off, but it is enough to damage them, right? My arm burned too. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your perspective on durability. I guess, like, I don't, if you disagree with me on this, it's totally okay. My perspective is just that, like, if Kakuzu, is missing a fire heart, and he meets Asuma and defeats him, and he has the opportunity to steal his heart, he's probably, in my opinion, not gonna say, well, fuck this guy sucks, I'm not taking his heart. Having an extra heart at all is probably an advantage, because he can still use it as an extra life, right? And then, this guy also, even though he's not as strong as Kakuzu, he's still somebody in the bounty book who has a very high bounty value, which is why, Hidan's like very excited at the prospect of finishing. Yeah, see, there's another 35 million Ryo in the bag. Like, he wants to catch him, and the reason why he has such a high bounty is because of his renown. And so he also can use multiple chakra natures, and they are enough to inflict damage on himself, a high level person. So I don't think he would just look at that and say, well, fuck this guy, he's not as strong as Itachi, and so I'm not going to take his heart, right? I think he would pick it up, and then he would find a way to use the fire style, assuming he could use the same techniques and not just use his fire nature, and then he'd probably exchange it for something better later on. That's my personal fast food heart. Yeah, it's like the McDonald's of shinobi hearts. Mr. Narrative says, I don't know if you've ever seen Fairy Tail. I have not. Would you recommend it? I'd be interested in checking out. I have a friend who's really, really interested in. I guess I probably should at this point. The official manga volumes have a dedicated section at the end where the translators explain their process of and explain where they could have gone differently. Yeah, I really love that. I wish that were more of a thing that happened more frequently. It would give a lot more insight into the decisions that were made, and I think that would just help people understand it better. Kakuzu and Holiday says Asuma's fire can't even lethally injure himself, lol, and it did nothing physically versus Hidan in the cursed state. Yeah, I'm not saying it has like amazing feats per se, but if you think Asuma is such garbage that and not to put words in your mouth, but like if you think that Asuma is so beneath Kakuzu's like recognition that he wouldn't even pick it up just to fill an empty slot, like that's some Asuma slander that I don't know if I'm gonna get behind. But I'm also not going to argue that he's like Akatsuki level, because, he's losing to arguably the weakest member of the Akatsuki with assistance from other people. So, one of whom's a genius and is figuring out his techniques in real time. So, but then, he does have enough to cut off his head. You could look at this and be like, okay, the burning ash doesn't really do it. But despite the fact that Hidan, look at his head sailing away, despite the fact that Hidan has this weird immortality resistance stuff that should make him, I think, more durable than your average person, Asuma's still able to cut off his head with one stroke. So that's something. He decapitated an Akatsuki member, technically speaking. Anyway, not gonna necessarily spend all day defending Asuma's reputation. It's just my knee-jerk reaction to it. So, that all being said, one of the things that was mentioned in the debate with Noodles and what's his name, Apollo, was the idea that that Obito can't control the Jinchuuriki, because they're all attacking him whenever they're close to him. So I think we've demonstrated this not to be the case, or to not be the case. which makes me really confused as to why this keeps coming up, because it's come up for years now, and it's just like blatantly not true, and it's not even hard to find out that it's not true, because I think we have like multiple panels open, right? Where's the other one? Of shit, I have to back up. 1 sec. Yeah. Here's another one. Here's Obito standing with all of them. They're not attacking him. Here's Obito running with all of them. They're not attacking him. So we can just put that one to bed. We can rest on that. It is false that Obito gets attacked by them anytime he is near them. The Jinchuuriki. The Biju we still have to evaluate. We haven't gotten to the Biju yet. But now the... okay, let's go back to the fight itself. What's his name? Naruto... You figure I would remember this guy's name. Naruto and Killer Bee have managed to evade and deflect against the attacks of the Jinchuuriki so far. So Obito touches his mask, and then all of the Jinchuuriki manifest their one-tails at the same time. Now, you could argue that potentially there is some sort of communication between them, and they're all coordinating and deciding to do that. I would wonder, though, how they're managing to accomplish that without actually talking to one another. Do they have some sort of a psychic link? Can they talk to each other via the plane with the Biju on it or something like that? Or is it more likely that Obito is giving them a command and having them release more of their chakra? So let's keep that in mind as we go to the next one. And let's look for clues that we could potentially learn how this works. So this is important here, right? Killer Bee says, I thought their Biju were extracted from them. And then Gyuki says they were probably made back into Jinchuuriki after they were reanimated through Edo Tensei. So the Biju right now are not actually in their bodies, right? Because Biju traditionally are sealed inside Jinchuuriki, and then they sort of reside within them, I don't know, in their hearts and their spirit or something like that, within the seal, behind the seal. And that's not the case, because all these characters have died and had their Biju extracted from them. They are stored in the Geto Mazo. So all of the Biju chakra that they're manifesting right now, it's quote-unquote living inside the Geto statue. And we'll get back to that in a second. But that's important to remember. Again, these are Edo Tensei, and their access to Biju chakra is being modulated by the Geto Mazo that Obito is in control of. Obito is the person who summons the Geto Mazo and makes it attack. Obito is the person who's like its steward, so to speak. And so any amount of chakra interaction between the Geto Mazo and the Jinchuuriki is happening via his purview. Remember, control of the Geto Mazo is relegated to people who have access to the Rinnegan. I don't think you can summon it or manipulate it or do anything like that unless you yourself have a Rinnegan. So now Obito has one, and he can use it. Let me check out comments. Mr. Narrative says, yes, I love Fairy Tail, would recommend it. I think you'd like it. Okay, cool, yeah. I'd definitely be down to check it out. Thank you for the recommendation. Alhart says, the guy took damage just because it's not lethal doesn't mean it's not considerable. Yeah, that's true. Any damage does count for something. Kakazu and Holiday says, why would Kakazu be interested in a non-lethal heart? My take on that is just that, like, having an extra life, even if it gives you no AP, like no additional like combat benefits, it's still an extra life. There's still another opportunity to come back from the dead, and I think that's very, very valuable. But then again, like, he could always exchange it for a more powerful heart the next time he comes along. If you have better, he won't take it. If they're relative, he might consider it, but that was never the case. If he's already full of hearts, then if you're saying, yeah, if he's already full of other hearts, then he might not take that one in particular. Howard says, let's not pretend we know his thought process, then it's powerful, which is contextually weird to define in the series. I think sometimes you can infer what characters are thinking, if you just look at, their statements and their actions and stuff like that. But yeah, also we have to, I guess, like, use that sort of thing in moderation and make sure that we're not projecting our own narrative to the point where we're like creating like fan fiction that's overriding what's actually happening on panel. I think that's fair to say. There's probably a happy middle ground between your two perspectives. Right, so continuing with Killer Bee. So they're fighting Fu, and this interaction happens over here. This is worth noting. Killer Bee throws his lightning enshrouded if that's the right word for it, but lightning applied knife at Fu, and she doesn't see it. It's coming from her blind spot, but she dodges it anyway because of the Rinnegan shared field of vision. So, again, like, this is not evidence necessarily that she's sped up by having a Rinnegan or Sharingan, just that she's able to coordinate better and she has better combat efficacy because she can see the projectile coming via the vision of the other paths and then get out of the way before it hits her. And maybe even like start moving sooner because she sees it, coming faster. If she can read and predict, or if she can use the, if these guys can all use the kinetic vision to anticipate Killer Bee's movements and then share their vision with her, she's benefiting from both the kinetic vision and the Rinnegan shared field of vision and can use both of those things to dodge out of the way of the knife effectively far faster than she would normally. So her reaction times, basically she just gets a massive head start. That doesn't make her literally miles per hour faster, but it does make her tactically faster, if that makes sense. Killer Bee doesn't understand. It's like Nagato's Geto Jutsu. All six can see the same thing. Okay, so they're fighting. So here Naruto gets burned by just being in proximity to Roshi's like fire, whatever this jutsu is, like fire cloak, magma cloak. I do think this is worth noting, especially when you're talking about scaling Kakuzu to Yugito. It seems like, with Killer Bee saying yikes, it's probable that he thinks that the rodent hairball can damage Naruto. And if that's the case, then it's at least as strong as Roshi's fire, or I don't know, in the same ballpark anyway. They're both capable of damaging him is what I'm trying to say. We talked about this a couple of streams ago, right? That like Yugito is able to see where they're going and that Killer Bee is running away with Naruto. And so she has an advantage in terms of catching up with them. So I'm skeptical of the claims that she's as fast as Killer Bee just because she does have the head start and is taking a more direct path. But either way, let's keep going and focus on the stuff related to control. Let me catch up on comments. Alhert says Hidan wanted to kill them. You think Kakuzu was stressing that afterwards? Kakuzu says his alive masks are way above Asuma. Your take, Alhert, was Asuma and the hearts are equal in elemental nature, and I can say it's not the case. He won't trade Asuma's to one of his. Alhert responded by saying it. He's already seen Hidan do his ritual before and didn't say much besides you can die. Yeah, honestly, I don't have a really spicy take on this. I think I'll just let you two hash it out because it seems like you're making some progress with that conversation. Yeah, it all sounds good. He's good at surgery too, yeah. So I'll continue with this in the meantime. Naruto, they've got both Biju powers and two types of ocular powers. They probably know we're here. Okay. So now he's talking about how the black rods were implanted into Pain's body and how the Geto Jutsu would come undone. I think with the Geto Jutsu they could be referring to the Geto Mazo connecting with their chakra. That's a bother. It's hard enough to get right because like the chakra rods that they're using don't make them Edo Tensei, right? And they're not animating their dead corpses. They're already animating without the chakra rods. So Naruto lets himself get caught, and then we see Han come in, push him back, grab him. Weird that they have this double panel, but it's okay. Then B does this. And now we're getting to the good part. So remember that we saw those characters use the sign of the ram previously to exert control on things at a distance. So now Gyuki tries to go and seal away all the Edo Jinchuuriki. And he manages to seal them for the most part. And I think this is something Apollo brought up in the debate too. And here comes Obito. And he comes out of the ground and he raises up his fingers in that same sign. And then this happens immediately. Now this was, and he's still raising them up here. So this is something in the debate that I thought was really silly. Is that Apollo said that since he's doing this hand sign and then immediately after we see this, then that means that Obito triggered this to happen. Like, he controlled this to happen and he made it happen. And then Noodles responded by saying, no, there's no proof that hand sign is connected to this at all. That's just how they control their chakra. He could have just been controlling his chakra or whatever. I'm like, motherfucker, he literally does it right before this happens. No, there's no that's just correlation. It's not causation. You can't actually prove that there's any direct relationship. Well, I think I can. And for one, the sequence of events is specifically raised hand, command, then this happens. And we've gone through all the other examples, we don't have to go through them all again, of that same hand sign being used to exert control on things remotely. So, and specifically the Edo Tensei, right? We can also tie it directly to the Edo Tensei. So, yes, I think that it's very clear that that's what's happening in this instance. So, and of course, now I lost my place. That's fine. Is it back over here? Yeah, okay, here we go. Catching up on comments a little bit, Howard says, can't he want to keep them in storage? I'm just saying, the guy really doesn't come off like he wants to leave things to chance. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if he would necessarily carry, like, a little doggy bag around with Choji's heart in it, but I could see him storing the hearts of one of the, Guardian Shinobi 12. Although, yeah, like, I don't know if he has a little cooler with him, or, like, the briefcase. I could just put him in the briefcase. Howard says, can't do that, like you can't. He wouldn't consider Asuma's heart beyond Hidan saying, I'll kill them. Yeah, I think there's a consideration there, at least, that the heart might be worth something. Although, we're forgetting the most important detail is that Hidan, I think that Kaguzu wants to bring the corpses back intact. So actually, that might be another thing to consider, is that if Asuma wasn't a bounty, then maybe we could talk about him stealing his heart. But since he's a bounty and he needs to turn him into that weird guy in the bathroom, then he probably wouldn't want to actually defile the corpse, because that might interfere with the amount of money that he would get. So, especially since we know, like, going back to part 1, talking about Haku, like, quote-unquote, saving Zabuza, or coming to destroy Zabuza's corpse or whatever as a hunter nin, Kakashi explains that there are a lot of secrets that can be recovered from people's corpses in the ninja world, including, like, other techniques work. Like, the Byakugan is a great example of that, right? Like, they don't want corpses to be given to the enemy because they can have a lot of secrets that can be valuable. So I think Kakuzu probably wants to turn in the bounty, like, undisturbed as much as possible, to allow whoever is going to do whatever with it to get the most advantage out of it. Of course, this is a lot of speculation, right? I'm not saying it's 100% true, but I think it fits his character. If we're just talking about power, then obviously I'm just kind of, like, interrupting your conversation. I apologize. But if we're talking about narrative as well, then yeah, I think there's other considerations too. Yeah, let's keep going. So, also want to point out here that Obito is, again, right in front of all 6 of the Jinchuuriki. They are now in V2, and they are right next to him. Right next to him. And again, we're addressing the point that, or the claim, that they always attack him when they get close. And because they always attack him when they get close, that he's not in control. Look at this shit. It's so fucking bizarre. Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when things like this happen, where it's like, I literally don't understand how you can look at something like this and honestly say that whenever the Jinchuuriki are near Obito, they attack him. I just literally don't understand how it's possible. The only thing I can say is that maybe he meant the Biju, right? So let's do benefit of the doubt and just say maybe even though he said Jinchuuriki over and over again, he actually meant Biju. Okay, fair enough. People make mistakes, especially in the heat of the moment. So let's see what happens with the Biju. So here we have Kokuo shows up, and Ramen Pack is lacking memory. Get him a storage card. When that do you remember? I don't know if you played Fallout 76, but when Fallout 76 first came out, there was a a bug in the game where the weight of bobby pins, which is like a little very cheap item that you find all over the place that you use to pick locks. They're like lock picks in Skyrim, right? The weight of those bobby pins was like a pound or something. It was like really excessive. So you would pick up 20 or 30 of them, and then your character would be encumbered and and unable to move. And basically, you couldn't carry any of them around, and then also carry other things that you needed. So you'd have to like never be able to pick up locks. It was a big problem, and people got so frustrated that somebody bought a box of bobby pins in real life and sent them to Todd Howard, the game's director, and just had a little note in it that said "weigh these," and he talked about it on like at a GDC, at a game developer conference talk or something like that. And so I'm feeling like maybe something like that is in order here. Just like sent him like a hard drive with 1,000 copies of this scan on it. But you know it wouldn't work. You know it wouldn't go anywhere. There's no way that it gets through. So here we have Kokuo. Kokuo is summoned, and he initially does what Obito tells him to. Other than that, or he's just bloodlusted and attacking the first thing that he sees. And now, go to the next page. Yeah, do you know, Auher, do you know why he called himself Ramen Pack before? I'm curious what the lore is there. Just like a pack of ramen that you would make for lunch or something? Or is it like a wolf pack or something like that? Anyway, so here's Kokuo. Kokuo is charging towards the enemies, like Obito's enemies. Okay? And now as he gets close, it seems like he's going to start attacking Obito. Obito notices this, puts chains around his neck, and slams him down to the ground. And he says, "So painful, can't believe I'm his ... And then it looks like not Kokuo himself. Like, this is Kokuo talking, because whenever you see the text appear like this, like black and slanted and with these like lines around the speech bubble, that's the Bijuu talking. So that's Kokuo talking. And Kokuo gets put back away, and what's his name? Is it Han? Gets put back into the V2 state. And now he has the chakra chains around his neck. So now, literally, Obito is standing there, and he has Han on a leash, and he has all the other Jinchuuriki behind him. None of the other Jinchuuriki are attacking him. He's only leashed one of them, and Han is listening to, like, he's staying put. So, are we really going to look at this and say that Obito is not in control? That he's not controlling them? Like, he wasn't listening to him for a second, and now he's been brought to heel, literally. And now, again, another example, we have all of the Jinchuuriki right here, all 6 of them, none of them are attacking Obito. So, I do want to keep an eye out for that statement from Kakashi, where he says something along the lines of, he starts talking about like why they're not using Rinnegan Jutsu. I want to make sure to keep an eye out for that because it's important to talk about. I think it's coming up in a minute. Okay, so I'm skipping over a little bit. Okay, yeah, so going on from here. This conversation between Kurama and Gyuki. Nothing directly related to... Oh, I always love this panel. It's so cute. Nothing directly related to what we were talking about. Now we have... Oh, yeah, here. So we're starting to get onto that topic here. So all 6 of the Jinchuuriki are now, including the one Kokuo that just... or Han, rather, that just disobeyed Obito. They are now all attacking at the same time. And they're attacking the targets that he specified. Okay, so... Three of them are fighting these two. 3 of them are fighting him. Let's see. Okay, so now Kakashi's trying to analyze and figure out where the like which characters are going to be using which paths of pain. So chakra whip, chakra absorption, Kuchiyose summoning, magnetic pull and repulsion, chakra extraction, puppetry. What's going on? They're not using any of those. Right. So you get pushed back. Why aren't they using Pain's jutsu? Maybe they or he can't. So maybe Obito can't. So he's not foolish enough to divvy up his chakra to make them perform Pain's jutsu that are already known and able to be countered. It's got to take a serious, and this is the thing that keeps coming up, it's got to take a serious amount of chakra to completely control 7 Biju with just one's ocular powers. More impressive deductive skills, Master Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, you're a good one. You're a quick one, good eye. So now should we take this to the next phase? Before we talk about that, it's got to take a serious amount of chakra to completely control 7 Biju with just one's ocular powers. So Kakashi is looking directly at Obito and describing what he's doing, and he uses the term control. So he's saying that he's controlling them. Now, I think there's maybe something you can quibble with here, is he really actually completely controlling them if they can push back against them? But he seems to be, right? Like, there was that little rebellion, but then he quashed the rebellion, and now he's in full control, and they're all doing what he said. So yes, he's completely controlling, not the Biju just yet, but the Jinchuuriki that he's fighting with. Also, there's one other thing to point out. He does say 7 Biju, and technically speaking, Shukaku's not present, so he's really only controlling 6 Jinchuuriki here. So if you're going to dispute this, I think you can. I think there's definitely ways to dispute it. The way that what I would say about it, though, is that he's inaccurate about the number that he's using. He's actually giving Obito a little bit too much credit, but he is actually accurately describing what Obito is doing, which is controlling them, and they're doing everything that he says. As for this line about here about the Paths of Pain stuff, what Guy has figured out, or what his position is that things like the puppetry of corpses, things like the Asura Path's weapons, things like Shinra Tensei, things like the soul pull from the human path, etc., are techniques that Naruto and Kakashi have already fought before and have been able to get around. And since they are techniques that come from the Rinnegan, they are techniques that require chakra to allocate to the paths and especially to use. And so because of that, Guy thinks that Obito is choosing to focus on just controlling the Biju because it's already kind of a big ask. It's already very, very difficult. Of course, they're Biju and Jinchuuriki. So Guy's conclusion, to my interpretation, is he's not going to do stuff that he thinks we might be able to counter. He's going to save the chakra that he would have used on that and just put it into controlling the Biju. So that kind of reinforces the point as well. He is being prudent and he is focusing on controlling the Biju. So let's go to the next phase over here. Although, 1 second. I will say that I'm not really sure that I agree with what Guy is saying here. Because think of the way that Nagato used Gakido, which is the human path's ability. And just for context, let's just bring it up real quick, because I know it's in 552, I think. 552. Previous one. There we go. Okay, so Nagato is emaciated and he has his hair drained of color and he's unable to move on his own, and then he goes from that when he absorbs the chakra off of B using Gakido, which is the Predapath's ability. Gakido is just the other name for the Predapath. Rips off the chakra, and not only is he able to restore his youthful appearance, he also restores his hair color. So it's very clearly infusing him with vitality, and then he's able to walk on his own again. So he just took a massive amount of chakra, despite being an Edo Tensei. He's and having infinite stamina regeneration. He's basically upped his base chakra level that he'll then regenerate to by doing this. So that's fucking massive, and that's just draining the chakra, not even all of the chakra, just a bit of B's chakra. So I find it hard to believe that Obito, especially with his ability to phase in and out of physical objects and to ambush people and grab them, I find it, not to mention the other 6 paths, it's really weird to me that he wouldn't give the Predapath to one of them. if he's not going to do anything else, if he doesn't need to use the Naraka path because, whatever, he's not going to interrogate anybody, he's not going to repair them with the King of Hell's mouth or whatever. But really, he's not going to use the Predapath and try to, at least, especially when Han has been demonstrated to be able to close ranks with KCM Naruto and like get into physical contact with him to spar with him. Imagine if Han like grabbed onto him and just drained the KCM chakra off of him. Like, that would be super effective. And I don't think that would require, unless that's what Guy's telling us and I'm just like not getting the lesson or whatever, I don't think it would require so much chakra to give the Preda ability to Han, as an example, such that it wouldn't be made up for by the chakra that he would absorb, right? So looking at all of this, there is plenty to talk about. There's some ambiguity. There's some stuff that I think, you could probably chip away at. But at the end of the day, if our goal is to demonstrate that Obito has control over the V2 Jinchuuriki, I think we've done so very thoroughly. I think that that's entirely reasonable. And now we see that Obito says, shall we take this to the next phase? He's in control. He's making, is this Han? I always forget the individual names. He's making, no, this is Utakara, right? He's making Utakara transform into Saiken, and then he's transforming another one at the same time, Son Goku. And, so Roshi into Son Goku. So he goes from being unable to control Kokuo to now being able to manifest two of them at the same time, and neither of them rebel against him. Like, Saiken just like immediately uses this gas attack. Son Goku uses this, starts physically attacking B. Neither of them are going after Obito, and he doesn't even have to put like the visible chains around them the same way he did before. So I think what's happening here is Obito is just increasing his control. He's increasing the amount of chakra that he's exerting. He's possibly reinforcing whatever chakra chains he has on them. Because Son Goku has chains like in the inner spiritual realm or whatever it's called that we'll take a look at in a moment, like the inner plane. And they just keep on fighting. The other Jinchuuriki keep on fighting, and none of them are rebelling against Obito. Granted, I don't know where Obito is right now, so you could argue, oh well, he's off panel. If he were in panel, then they would attack him. But really, do we really have evidence demonstrating that to be the case? So I think I've kind of made my point. I mean, here's another thing, right? Roshi is bound up in the chakra chains. These are coming from Obito. These are connecting him to the Geromazo. So as long as Son Goku is actively fighting on the battlefield and these chains are in place, then Obito is in control. Okay, so I'm gonna read comments real quick, and then I'm gonna go to, I just want to talk about the chakra chains and how they're connected to the Geromazo, and just make sure that we like go over that real quick. Okay. So Mr. Narrative says, I also sent you debates about Dabura versus Cell. Those are pretty interesting as well. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know quite a bit about Cell. I think that was like probably my favorite saga when I was reading the series more regularly. And then also, are you familiar with Team 4 Star and Dragon Ball Z Abridged? That's probably my favorite way to consume the Cell saga. I love the way that they like represented and performed that whole part of the series. So I don't know Dabura as well. I think he's the guy who looks kind of like a devil that was being controlled by Majin Buu, or by Babidi, right? If so, then I remember his fight with Vegeta, I think. But I would definitely need to go back and reread that to kind of familiarize myself with that. It'd be interesting to see how they compare, for sure. Let me see. I'm looking for the chakra rod real quick. Okay. So, what Son Goku says is, there is a way to stop me. Undo the chains and you'll see. Okay. So they're having this discussion. Kurama's sort of being won over. Okay, so interesting that Obito notices where Naruto is and says, "Gotcha, Nine Tails. I'll just suck you inside of me." Pause. 4 tails and all. So He seems to have the ability to manifest the chakra chains to bring them into him. So it's not just the Gedo statue. He can actually absorb them himself. That's interesting. I guess that makes sense because he's the owner of the Rinnegan. This is a cute panel. Nice reincorporation of this technique from earlier in the series. He does that to get out of Orochimaru's snake too in the Forest of Death, if I remember correctly. Okay, so he manages to get out here. Okay, here we go. There's a rod sticking out. The chakra chains that restrain me come from it. They're the same chains as on the Rinnegan's Gedo statue. It's not on your chest. Wait, it's not on your chest. That's where it was when you were in Jinchuuriki form, you know. Because we expand in size when we undergo Biju transformation, the rods migrate to the base of our necks. Plus, since they're bigger, we're bigger. They always come... Let me try that one more time. Plus, since we're bigger, they always become harder to find. So what he's saying here is that the chakra rods themselves are not working the same way as the same way as the rods do in the Paths of Pain. Basically, they're creating a link between him and the Gedo statue, and the chains that we see around the Gedo statue are still are the same kinds that are being used on him. So the owner of the Gedo statue, the owner of the Rinnegan ability, is able to manifest these chains. The chains wrap around and control and restrain, restrict whatever, the individual Biju and Jinchuuriki. So let me read that one more time. I just want to make sure I understand. There's a rod sticking out, the chakra chains that restrain me. Yeah, so the chains themselves are actually coming from the rod, or at least emanating from outside of it. And if he removes the rod, it also prevents the chains from forming. So the purpose of the rod is to chain them together. Remember... Oh! One second. BRB. So, yesterday, excuse me, choked on my water. I started laughing while I was reading it. Yesterday, when I listened to the debate, I was just curious. Right, I didn't have a horse in the race. I wasn't looking to disprove anybody or start shit. I was literally just curious. How do the chakra chains, or is Obito actually in control? And if he is or isn't, how do we know? How can we figure out whether or not that's the case? If I've never read Naruto before and somebody told me that, how would I possibly know? How would I possibly figure out? And how long did it take us, as a group here, to get to this point? Especially when we consider for the other stuff that we looked at and that we talked about in other conversations that we were having. How long did it take us to find this? It not very long, right? So, I'm all for healthy, spirited, even heated, even really heated debates, for sure. They can be really entertaining. What I don't get is what I perceive. Okay, I'm about to be accusatory here, so granted, it's just my opinion for legal purposes. But what I don't understand is this series is cool. It is good. It is fun to read. And it's not... It's complex. There's a lot of stuff to go over. Sometimes it can be difficult to parse through information if it's not presented in a very clear and concise manner, if it's confusing. But when you come across stuff like this, it's you really have to just not want to know. Right? You really... to go through all of this, not only to do so over the course of multiple years, but to not notice this and not notice everything else that was being said and done that got us to this point, I don't get it. Why wouldn't you be more curious? We didn't have to work hard to get here. We didn't have to go and do a whole bunch of research or get any translations done or, sleuth together and like pick apart all these hidden meanings or anything like that. We just had to read what chapter are we on? 569, I think it started at 564. We had to read 5 chapters. That's it. That's all it took. Anyway, here we go. Frog slap. That's the take-home message. Frog slap. So, let's see what changes after this happens. So Naruto has the chakra chains wrapped around him, which I think Obito is able to pull off because he's making contact with the chakra rod, right? So it doesn't even have to be stabbed into your flesh. You just have to be making physical contact with it, and then you can have and Obito basically has a conduit between himself and between you, and can use that conduit to generate the chains that bind you and make you do what he wants to. So interesting. Let's see what happens. Naruto lets go of the rod. Toss. Throws it away. Dispels the shadow clone. Obito uses this hand gesture to summon the Geromazo. Summons in the statue. Naruto breaks the rod with the Rasengan. Gets caught. And then here Son Goku says, "You did it. Nice work." So this is actually really important. 1 second. Right. This is actually really important. Notice in this panel, and this is, by the way, this is chapter 570 if you want to check it out, that Son Goku is still restrained by the chakra chain that is binding him to the Gedo statue. And at the same time, he has all of these chains break apart around him. So there's 2 things that are happening. One is the chakra rod inside him creates a link between him and Obito, and then that lets Obito control him and put the chains around him and get him to do what he wants. Then this second chain is the actual link between him and the chakra in the Geromazo, because remember, these the Jinchuuriki are no longer a part of, or the Biju are no longer directly sealed in the Jinchuuriki, I think. Okay. Let's see. I guess this chain through my belly won't go away. But why? I took out the rod just like you told me. That rod just temporarily binds my chakra to the Jinchuuriki's body. But my chakra itself, the masked guy, owns through the Gedo statue. Okay, so that's not even entirely correct either. You knew already, and I didn't end up helping you after all. Okay, so to summarize that, so this is actually sort of counters what I said before. Maybe I was a little too glib about things being too simple, because here's an example of something that is a little bit more layered, a little bit more confusing. So let's go over it. Let's see. That rod just temporarily binds the chakra to the Jinchuuriki's body, but my chakra itself, the mask I owns through the Gedo statue. So the chakra rod actually has 2 purposes, according, if I'm interpreting this correctly. The first purpose is to create a link between the Jinchuuriki and the Gedo statue. So Son Goku's chakra is stored inside the Gedo statue. And in order to put chakra from the Gedo statue into Roshi and to make him a Jinchuuriki again, then we need to put that chakra rod inside of him in order to do that. And also, that allows... okay. And then, so in addition to that, it's not just the chakra rod itself. In addition to that, his chakra is also just owned by Obito outright because it lives in the Gedo statue, and Obito controls the Gedo statue with his Rinnegan ability. So Obito is doing 2 things. He's controlling, or a few things. He's controlling the movements or like the commands that the Jinchuuriki are engaging in. He's telling them what to do, like to attack or who to attack or whatever else. He's also controlling the amount of chakra that comes out of the Gedo statue and goes into the Jinchuuriki. So he's controlling what their forms are and what states they transform into. And then finally, he's also controlling, like adding additional chains and restrictions on the Biju if they start to disobey. So Obito is actually controlling 6 Biju simultaneously in 3 different ways at the same time. One of which is rather remote, it's kind of removed, right? He's just like giving commands via the Edo Tensei. But the other two are directly involved and directly using his chakra in a big way. So, and then even Yuki says the statue reabsorbed Four Tails. He still belongs to him. So he broke the additional chakra restraints, but then the Roshi still, or not Roshi, Son Goku still goes back into the statue. So he's not getting away. Obito is still in control. It's just that now, because the chakra rod isn't there, Edo Tensei Roshi can no longer get absorbed back into the statue. Or sorry, can no longer use Son Goku. Weird thing, though. Interesting that Roshi doesn't get back up and fight and his eyes are closed. That's what's weird to me. Is that normally with Edo Tensei, we see their skin is like cracked and broken. And their eyes are darkened. But now he's just kind of lying there. Why isn't he getting back up and fighting? So, let's see. Oh yeah, then he does this as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trying to see if I can... I guess I'm just curious as to why Roshi never gets back up again. Does he just decide to... Is he just like, well, he can't use Jinchuuriki or like Biju Chakra, so he's not a Jinchuuriki anymore, so I'm just going to leave him there? I have to look into it further. So, if that's the... I guess... No, they're definitely Edo Tensei. They're absolutely definitely Edo Tensei. Because we went over that. So, I'm not sure. I guess I don't have a good answer to why that is. Maybe he just decided to leave him there because he was done using him. Oh, here we go. But his eyes are closed. And he doesn't look like an Edo Tensei. His skin isn't like cracked and frayed the way it normally is. He doesn't have that sort of pallid appearance. Well, there's something I gotta look into more. Anyway, I think that we have successfully demonstrated... Wait, hang on a second. Oh, here. 1 second. Oh. Okay, hang on. Let's read this. So finally, yes, that's right. Which means that old man means that old man with the beard too. Yep. Okay. So make sure to tell him that. Oh, and I was able to give him a bit of my chakra. Do you remember what old man Six Paths told us at the very end? We should come here to try to help you guys too. Okay, so they were in this plane before. This from you, who's even more obstinate than Tsuchikage Onoki. You've gone soft after death. Well, maybe if you try to remember my name. Okay. I wonder if we're supposed to look at this and come to the conclusion that his soul got released or something because as a result of this linkage breaking. Like, one of the side effects of it was that his soul was released similarly to how, like, Sai's brother's soul got released or something from that emotional crit, if you want to call it that. And then we just don't hear from him again. Weird. Anyway, I think we successfully demonstrated that the premise of Obito being incapable of controlling the Biju Jinchuuriki is just outright false. There's several instances of him being near the Jinchuuriki and Biju without getting attacked by them. When they rebel against him, or when Coco rebels against him, he's able to quash the rebellion and to make him do what he wants. He's able to bring out multiple Jinchuuriki simultaneously and directly prompt them to attack on his command. I know. We gotta stop. We gotta stop for the face. I love the face. Every time I see it, it catches me off guard. And so, and there's even an implied statement from Kakashi saying that he exerts, that he's like saving up his chakra so he can keep controlling them. And then that direct statement that we looked at, which explicitly says from Son Goku saying like he's controlling me. So I think we can put a nail in that coffin, so to speak. Like, we're done explaining that. Unless anybody wants to like elaborate on it or challenge it, feel free. But I think I feel like we've done a pretty good job of going over that. Comments time. Kakazun Holiday says, the rods are only a catalyst between the Jinchuuriki and the Ghetto statue, which store the full Biju's chakra. Yes, I agree. Not even provable that once in their Biju state, they are full of chakra too. I'm not sure I understood the second part there, sorry. If he struggles with only 5 tails in her complete state, I assume 6 and 4 tails, etc. aren't full of chakra. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, my interpretation of that is that he's exerting control over... Like, characters, unlike, like, Sans in Undertale or whatever, characters in Naruto don't usually go for their strongest attack right away. They tend to sort of slowly ramp up and escalate, like, gradually over the course of a fight. Yeah, a second. Is there another... One second. Weird. There was, like, another picture behind the screen. Sorry about that. So, oh, I think I know what it was. Sorry, I just had like a stream issue I need to look into later. Okay, so the amount of chakra that Obito is exerting over the Biju and Jinchuuriki at any given time, just like he doesn't start off having them all be in their Biju mode right away. He starts off with them not only just being in Jinchuuriki state, but in their like tailless Jinchuuriki state, their base state, and he gradually unleashes more and more of their chakra over the course of the fight. I think that he, the amount of chakra that he needs to effectively control them at any given time is going to be proportional to the amount of chakra that they themselves are demonstrating. So, in other words, it's going to be harder for him to control one tails versus V2 versus Biju. I think we see that with Kokuo showing up and rebelling against him. But then what he can do is once that happens, he can say, oh, okay, I need to exert more control. I need to put stronger chains on. I need to use more chakra. And then he does that. He uses more of his chakra, and then he achieves control. So as long as he has enough chakra, he can keep on controlling them, in other words. And the chains themselves don't have to be... Since they're Rinnegan chains, I wouldn't necessarily say that they work the same way as like if Obito was physically holding them down with his own physical strength, right? We could go back and look at like Minato and Kushina and her chakra sealing stuff and like look into that more if you'd like to see how the chains themselves actually work. But it seems like they have a chakra containing property to them. Like they're wrapping them up and holding them back, not just through physical force, but through chakra restraint. So I see what you're saying. The idea that maybe he's not letting all of their chakra out at once. I suppose I can't prove to you that like when he brings out Saiken, that he's bringing Saiken out at 100% strength or anything like that. And I think if you were to argue that he's letting out just enough of his chakra to be able to control him effectively and not maxing it out, then that would probably be a good point. I don't know if we could prove that, but I do think that you have a good point there. I'm trying to think. And that would also potentially explain, like, if people think that the Biju have better feats later when they're fighting Madara, then maybe you not explain it away, but maybe you put it into context by saying, well, maybe the Biju weren't at full strength here because Obito was holding them back. It's a possibility. I think it's worth considering for sure. Since it would be even more complicated to control and won't make the same mistake to make them rebel again. Yeah, I do think at the end of the day, like one way or another, he's still exerting more and more chakra over the course of the fight. And it takes more of his like focus and effort to control more of them in all likelihood. But he only did the mudra to invoke the full state of 4 and 6 tails. There's nothing to suggest he put more control to them. Could you clarify what you mean by the mudra? Was that the chains or the hand sign? I'm not familiar with that term. Sounds familiar. But I'm not sure what you mean. Oh yeah, so that's the other thing that, like, at the end of the day, I think it's very well established that characters going into their Biju mode transformation just involves using more chakra than going into like one tails out mode or even V2. It's a more powerful transformation. So regardless of whether or not he's controlling the Biju at their full power, which we could contest, we could have a debate about that actually, and I think you have some good points um, that you're making about that. The thing I really wanted to make sure I was hammering home was, is Obito like controlling what's happening with the Biju? Is he in control? Um, and is he exerting control over them over the course of the fight? I think that is abundantly clear. If you want to challenge that by saying, well, he might not be controlling them at their full power, then sure. So we could just amend that and say that he's controlling a restricted, reduced version of the Biju. But whatever version of the Biju are present on panel, whatever version it is, however strong they are, I'm arguing that Obito is controlling that thing, if that makes sense. And I think that there's pretty ample evidence to suggest that's the case. Kakuzun Holiday says it might explain more logically why Kurama Haft could beat the 5 Biju at the same time. It's because they're not a full chakra. That could be part of it. Damn it. Sorry. That could be a way to look at it, yeah. You could argue that maybe it's just because Kurama is that much stronger. Like, I think it is pretty well established that Kurama is just leagues above, just like much stronger. And than the other Biju. Although, well, hang on one second. I'm trying to think about this. Do we ever see Kurama outside of Naruto just fight on his own? It's always Kurama plus Naruto, right? And when Naruto and Kurama achieve KCM 2, it's a different form of Biju transformation than any of the other Jinchuuriki achieve, right? Because Naruto's like standing inside Kurama and he's able to maintain his own body despite the fact that he's like inside his chakra. And Kurama also gets the like signs of Naruto's chakra all over his body, like those black lines with the cross hatching or whatever you call it. So I don't think any of the other Edo Jinchuuriki do that. So adding that to the fact that the Kurama that is inside Naruto, I haven't seen this myself, so I'm not going to argue the point. But I've heard other people say that Kurama grew stronger inside Naruto, like that half of him, because he was hatred amped. Like his hatred grew over the course of the 16 years that he was in him. And so that's why he's strong. It's like, whereas all the other Biju have been like in and out of various Jinchuuriki, and they've been, you know, some of them have been maybe killed and regenerated or like resealed or whatever. Kurama has just been stewing in hatred for over a decade, closing in on 2 decades, and that apparently has made him stronger. And then he has this fusion with Naruto that is unique to the two of them, that's obviously insanely strong. And Naruto himself as a ninja, you know, is insanely strong at that point in the series, like even without KCM. So obviously I'm using vague terms like insanely strong. Like in a debate you could contest everything I'm saying for sure. You don't have to take me at my word for this, because I'm just like kind of going over the very broad strokes, so to speak. But I'm giving an alternate potential interpretation as to the comparison between Naruto and between Kurama and the rest of the Biju. I paused here because, interestingly, we do see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. No. Oh, yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. There's the other one. So they were still Edo Jinchuuriki or Edo Tensei, and all 6 of them have their spirits released at the same time when the Edo Tensei is dispelled. So that would include Roshi. So I have no idea why he just lies there on the ground. He should get back up and keep fighting. That's so weird. Because here, it's not like he's been released from the Edo Tensei, because here, right, is him going, like, having his soul unleashed again. So what gives? I don't get it. Anyway, Mudra is a hand sign. Oh yeah, that's right. That makes sense. Cool. Thank you for clarifying. Kakazu says only in community, not in the manga, right? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to with the community and the manga thing. Kakazu says he eat Ginkaku and Kinkaku only. Oh, Kurama does, yeah, and they're able to like maintain their V2 state just from eating his like chakra meat, right? So that's pretty crazy. Howard says John the Maven, the last move. Oh yeah, that's right. They kind of split off, and Kurama can kind of do his own thing. Curious, do you consider the last canon? I think it is, right? I think it's pretty clearly part of the main like continuity or timeline of the show, or of the series rather. I have a pretty strong opinion, for lack of a better phrase, that. Why am I losing my train of thought? I'm sorry. 1 second. Oh, you say it is canon? Okay, cool. Yep, I thought so. That's good to know. What's the other movie that I watched recently? Road to Ninja. Shit, that's what it was called. Road to Ninja. I know some people say that movie's canon. That I would strongly dispute. But I think we might have mentioned that for any Obito fans out there, you kind of want it to be non-canon, because in the companion manga that precedes it, he basically spends an entire day spying on people in Konoha, which includes an extended sequence of him spying on a bunch of teenagers in a bathhouse. So that's what Obito's up to. When he's not thinking about Rin, he's watching naked teenagers in a bathhouse. I'm just going to leave that there and hope that it's not canon. Sorry about the cough. I don't know what happened. Kakuzin Holiday says, referring to Kurama being the strongest. Asked something where he said, like, after me. Like, do you remember? Fuck, I don't remember what chapter it's in. Let me look it up. It was recently. Basically, Kurama has a statement where he says, he's talking to Gyuki, like, anyway, after me, aren't you supposed to be the strongest, Eight Tails? And then Gyuki says, don't just assume that to be the case. That's why the one-tail Shukaku always hated you, because of your shitty attitude, or something like that. And so you could oh yeah, so 567, sorry, let's just look at what he says in context. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, but here we go. Yeah, we were just here, right? Okay, so by the way, given the number of tails you have, aren't you the next most powerful after me, Eight Tails? Hurry up and take them down. Don't decide who's stronger or weaker based on the tail count. You always been like that. That's why that Tanuki one tail really hated you. So, obviously you can dispute this because these two characters are arguing with one another. I think Kurama's probably... This is just my interpretation, right? But the way that I see this is that having more tails is correlated pretty strongly, like with more tails coming out with more chakra, like more raw chakra anyway. I guess the quintessential example of that is Naruto. Like, the more tails he has, the more powerful he becomes, the more closely he transforms into Kurama, the more power he's unleashing. So you could look at that and say, like, okay, more tails equals more power, or you could just look at that and say, okay, well, it's not, the number of tails doesn't really matter. It's more like the percentage of Kurama that Naruto is manifesting. Like, that's the source of the power. It just happens to be represented visually by the tails, but it's more about Kurama's power rather than the tails themselves. But when you look at, like, I don't know. This is a whole separate discussion about like how Kurama scales to the other Biju, but I think Kurama is like that's the default assumption, right? More tails equals more power seems like a reasonable starting point, but then how you actually use that power, the techniques that you use, like the size and strength of your Biju bomb, for example, that doesn't, just because you have more like raw latent power lying around doesn't necessarily mean that you're the strongest, if that makes sense. It's about how you use it. It's about how you present it. I think that's what Gyuki is saying. So just my personal like interpretation, totally open to debate or disputation, is that yeah, Kurama just like having more tails probably just gives you an advantage in power overall, but whether or not that actually makes you strongest or the best depends on how you use it. And Kurama's like kind of arrogant and thinks he's the best or whatever, and like has disdain for the others. So if that's the case, then this is just part of like his arrogant perspective. Hopefully that makes some sense. I guess though you could just say that it's kind of a, it's a bit of a coincidence that the 9 tails is the strongest, and then the second strongest happens to be the 8 tails, and that's also reflected in the manga. Like, I don't know if anyone's arguing. Well, there's a whole can of worms, right? I was gonna say, I don't think anybody would argue that any of the other Biju or Jinchuuriki would beat Killer Bee in a straight up fight. But what do we really know about like the 7 tails abilities? Like, what do we really know about like Kokuo's overall combat strength? Do we really have enough to scale them? I mean, Killer Bee does a massive like 8-tail twister, which knocks out all the Jinchuuriki in their base form, and he's able to fight against. Well, I guess that's one thing. Like, he's able to fight against multiple Biju simultaneously. So he's probably stronger than many of them, if not all of them, pound for pound. But they're also capable of hurting him. So I don't know. This is a sort of thing where it becomes a big hornet's nest, and I would really need to kind of go through more carefully and look at all their feats to come to a better conclusion. But if I were being really like surface level, I could just say that Kurama is clearly the strongest out of all the Biju. And then Gyuki is able to take on multiple other Biju himself. So, well, it's not himself, it's him and Killer Bee, right? But still, other Jinchuuriki. And so probably the hierarchy of tails applies. But I mean, like you pointed out as well, Kakazu, there's plenty of things that you could dispute there. Like how much of the Biju chakra is actually coming out in, whatchamacallit? Of the statue. Like, are they at 100%? Because if they're not at 100%, then it's less of a feat, right? Anyway, I was starting to ramble here, so hopefully that made some sense. Yuki disputes it though. Yep, absolutely. Zetsu Kakazu grabbing base Naruto in a sneak attack, and Naruto's afraid. Zetsu Kakazu? You mean like as a clone? I'm not sure what you mean there. Oh, did I miss something back here? I'm not sure. Yeah, like Zetsu's a whole other can of worms. Howard says, methinks Kurama is first by Boruto, then Ten Tails. Oh, well, Ten Tails would be stronger, for sure, yeah. Then Ten Tails, then Gyuki, then Kokoro, then anyone else. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. So you would put Kokuo over Chome, over the 7 Tails? It's weird though, from 2 tails to 7 tails, they don't make the same size Biju bomb. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? When all of the Biju do their Biju bomb together, whenever that is, it does look like they are all using the same size Biju bomb. And hang on, where are we? It's right after this, right? We were just here. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, it does look like, and I know some people are going to be like, well, did you actually calculate? Did you actually measure it? Like, come on. They're the same size, right? Very clearly. And so you could just say that all of the Biju have the same max power output based on this. But there's a couple of different things that you might want to consider. First is that the fact that they are all using the same size Biju Bomb doesn't mean that this is their upper limit. They could potentially have a higher limit than this, and they're all just using like a standard Biju Bomb as part of a coordinated attack, which seems like is what's happening. They're measuring their power, and then when you see the way that they like fire their combined Biju Bomb later, you know, the idea that they would have the ability to combine their chakra like synergistically does seem to be supported. And then you could also dispute it by saying, well, they're still inside Edo Tensei, right? The Edo Tensei hasn't been released at this point. And they're, whatchamacallit? Trying to find it, 1 second. This is such a cool panel. So their chakra is still being controlled by Obito. It's still in the Gedo statue. And so he could just be letting enough of it out, like Kakazu was saying before, to make this attack effective without necessarily making them do their maximum possible attack. Like, he could want them specifically to be coordinated, if that makes sense. It feels weird to me that all of the Biju would have the same exact chakra, like max chakra output, given the differences in their anatomy and tails and techniques and everything. It's possible. It's just strange that given that chakra, and also that they're Jinchuuriki and that they're inside their Jinchuuriki host bodies, and the chakra is a combination of like mental and physical energy, and would be a combination of all of theirs plus the Jinchuuriki as well. And it would be really weird to me. It would be like a really weird coincidence for them all to have precisely the same amount. It seems more like, you know, like when Naruto and Sasuke combine their jutsu later in the war, and they kind of like match the same power level so that the jutsu will work synergistically or whatever. It seems to me like that's probably what's more likely to be happening. Not sure if it's stated explicitly or anything. That's just my interpretation. Kakazu says, yeah, the Akatsuki are Zetsus in Road to Ninja. Oh, those was... Yeah. I'm sorry, I totally forgot about that. The Akatsuki are Zetsu in Road to Ninja, he just copies them because he seems to have some of their chakra. Yep. Although the Akatsuki... I love the fact that, like, the Akatsuki inside the mirror universe or whatever... doesn't Kakazu, like, save Sakura? And she's like, why the hell would you help me? And he's like, hey, a job's a job. I'm just here for the paycheck. He's like... totally fine saving her from Menma or whoever it is. And then Howard says, yes, Chomei doesn't really have anything besides acid that's potent, but unclear on its potency in Biju Bomb. That's fair. I think there's probably some ambiguity there. Wish we got more time to spend with these characters. I don't think we actually see... We see Saiken do quite a bit. I think Saiken's the acid slug kind of guy, right? We don't really see Chomei do a whole lot. He does like a bug slash attack or something, but... You know. I hope I'm getting their names right. I think Kokuo is the horse guy, and then I just looked that up. Yeah, Kokuo is like the horse-looking one, and then Chomei is the bug-looking one. Okay, just to use the scientific terminology, the bug-looking one. Kakazu says, might explain later on, without any control, why they can all tag team together because they aren't suppressed anymore. Oh, I think that what's his name? Obito still has control over these 5. He still because they should still have the chakra rods inside them at this point, right? Are you talking about like later when Naruto pulls them all out? We can see what happens then if you want. That'd be cool. Oh yeah, see what I was talking about? Like Naruto is standing inside Kurama's head, and he hasn't lost like the shape of his body, and Kurama is now taking on the same like patterns that are on Naruto's cloak. So I think their fusion is kind of unique. Oh yeah, like look at this. Yuki even says, is that a Biju transformation Naruto unveiled? We're inside Nine-Tails chakra. Other people can stand inside of it, right? So they're looking for the rods. Only about 5 minutes. There's always a 5-minute time limit with this guy. Yeah, so he's trying to free them all, which means that at this point they're still under Obito's control. Oh, you mean Alive versus Madara post Edo Tensei release. Um, might explain later on without any control why they can all tag team together because they aren't suppressed anymore. That makes sense. Yeah. Do you remember if they don't do a Biju Bum against Madara, right? They just do like the big tail slam thing. But interesting that they, yeah, I think they're all able to coordinate with each other. Are you saying that means that they're able to coordinate with each other because they have an equivalent power level, or because they all have like a base power level that they can all kind of scale around to launch the combined attack? Like they can set each other to be relative to each other, basically, or I guess like scale down to the to the weakest one. Although I guess against Madara that wouldn't really make sense, right? Because they're trying to kill him, and he's like the biggest threat that they face, so they probably want to go all out against him. Mr. Narrative says, have you fully moved into your new home? Yes, thank you for asking. Everything is calm now. The issue, we had a bunch of issues that we had to like fix things with the house. Like we had contractors, we had like mold problems that we needed to fix. So it was basically a relatively long sequence of moving and then putting things in storage and then fixing the stuff with the house and then getting things back out of storage. And now look at Kurama's face. What is he doing? What is he thinking about right now? I don't even want to know. But yeah, a lot of that has calmed down now. And then I was away for a little while too. I was traveling for a little while. So at this point, things are basically calm. The only thing that I have to worry about now is the storms, or just like the weather. It's not so bad right now in terms of the actual weather that's happening. The problem is that it will snow very heavily and get very, very, very cold. And then it will get bright and get very warm. And so all of the snow will start to melt and it'll spread all over the place. And then at night it gets really cold again and it freezes. And so you can't walk anywhere where there's not snow because it's just ice, and it's like black ice or invisible ice. You'll slip and you'll fall. You can't walk on the snow itself because now there's this shitty fucking crust of ice on top, and your foot will sink through and then get stuck under the snow, and then it'll like jab into your shins. Like if you ever had one of those little scooters that you push yourself on with with one leg while like scooting on with the other leg, if that makes sense. If you ever had one of those, you know how painful it is when you like pick it up and it swings around and it hits you in the shin. That shit happens all the time when you're walking in the snow because of that like multiple inches layer thick like ice crust. It's like an inch or two on the bad days. So anyway, this is all just me whining. Everything is fine. Everything is calm. Everything's normal. But like when that is what the weather conditions are like, there can be a lot of like service interruptions with internet and electricity and stuff like that. So we're basically just waiting for the rain to thaw, or the snows to melt and the rain to come. And once that happens, things will be hopefully all settled. Anyway, thank you for asking. I appreciate you checking in. Kakuzu and Holiday said Sakura said to Kakuzu or Itachi they should help Naruto because there's 2 Kurama battle, and Kakuzu says I'm not paying enough for this yet. That seems in character. Post Edo Tensei release. Oh yeah. So Kakuzu then says I think they can all physically react to one another, and the fact they can reach live Madara implies they're way better than that with Obito's control. That's a good point. So let's take a look at this. I think it's was it around chapter 660 something? Let's take a look at that. I feel like I'm losing my voice too, damn. So Obito here is using the same kinds of Rinnegan chakra rods to control the Biju, or to control Yuki and Kurama, and by extension Naruto. Okay, so is this... Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. I think this is where it starts, right? Let me just see if there's anything back here. Don't think so. But anyway. So for reference, this is... Yeah, coming for you, you filthy beasts. Okay, so this is chapter 657 for anyone who's interested. And let's look at who we've got here. We've got Kokuo, we've got Shukaku, we've got Son Goku, we've got Saiken, we've got no Chome. Where's he? Does he show up later? Matatabi and Isobu. Not that I like rehearsed those names multiple times or anything. Yeah, so is Chome, why is Chome not here? Am I missing something? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Did he show up later? Anyway, it's useful to go over this too, because this is something that has come up in multiple debates, not just with Noodles. I've heard other people talk about this stuff. The idea that like Matatabi specifically, or that, okay, yeah, the argument being that Yugito hurt Madara, and so Yugito scales to blind Sage Mode Madara. Notice that Yugito is not here right now, right? This is just Matatabi. Yugito has had her soul like released from the Edo Tensei. But let's look at the sequence of events that happens here. So you got Son Goku and Shukaku. Madara comes over, and Gaara actually starts off the attack and does this combination attack. So I've also heard people say that this is him using air bullets, the same air bullets he used against Gamabunta. That's not the case. Right? This is not air bullets. This is sand bomb salvo. So it's a different technique that Shukaku is using. He's not like smacking himself in the belly and just using the air projection. I don't think he's actually using a hand sign. What the fuck? Huh. That's funny. So Shukaku is actually like doing a ninjutsu as opposed to just like some biju, like raw biju technique or something. That's funny. But I guess like we see Kurama using like hand signs kind of to mold chakra, like gather his chakra. So I guess it's not too weird. So a combination of Gaara's jutsu and Shukaku's jutsu managed to pierce Sage Madara's skin and draw blood. Then Matatabi comes up and smacks him while he's immobilized, right? So he says he's been robbed of movement. Gaara is like paralyzing him, essentially holding him in midair. And then Matatabi smacks him back, and then Isobu smacks him, and then Son Goku smacks him. Then Kokuo smacks him. Oh, here's Chome. Yeah, you're probably right. Chome was just flying up above the battlefield. Chome smacks him, and then Saiken smears him with acid, and now, or maybe, yeah, it looks like an acid puddle. Then Gaara does this. Shukaku punches forward or lunges forward and uses the sand mausoleum and seals him. And Madara breaks out with his Susanoo. They're all surprised. And it looks like he's bleeding from the mouth. So he's taken some amount of damage. He just smacks the Susanoo down. He's taken some amount of damage. But the thing I objected to in whatever debater video it was people saying like Yugito damaged Sage Madara when Yugito's not even here, and any damage that was done to Sage Madara here was a combination of, first of all, Gaara and Shukaku drawing first blood, and then all of the other Biju are contributing. So you have to keep in mind that they're all participating in this attack, right? Chome doing a backflip, yeah. Has to come in and get the style points. Like, look at that. Always has to show off. So then after that, let's see. So they're all... interesting that they're all attacking in a pretty, like, implicitly coordinating sort of way. They're not, like... I don't know if the Biju ever fought together before in a team like this. So you could look at something like this and just say that they clearly have the ability to... like coordinate tactically, even regardless of previous like combat engagements that they've been in with one another, possibly because they can maintain a relationship between each other over that ethereal plane that they can talk to each other through. If you look at that, you could just be like, yeah, they have this they just sort of understand each other's abilities well enough to be able to just work in tandem in the way that like Naruto and Sasuke can come up with plans basically by, you remember like during the Zabuza fight in part 1 Sasuke immediately intuits what Naruto wants to do with the Shadow Shuriken transformation thing. They just kind of like get each other. And you could argue that even though the Jinchuuriki or Edo Tensei, that the way that the Biju coordinate with one another is just that same kind of implicit understanding. I mean, they're all birthed from the same source. They all had this connection their entire lives. So it's possible. Okay. Yeah, street credit for Chome, yeah. I'm just imagining him like in Devil May Cry, just like making sure to vary up the attacks to keep the style meter going. Okay, so now we have... Okay, so it does look like one tail per Biju. Yeah. Okay, so they're not using all of their tails. They're each using one tail per Biju and stacking them together. And Madara's arm just comes like poofing off. Yeah, so I think after all of, so this is worth acknowledging too, is that after all of that, so after Gaara's attacks and Shukaku's attack, and after all of them, like him getting batted around like a dog toy, like back and forth between all the Biju, and then getting smashed and having all of their fucking tails, the damage that how can I phrase this? We don't see visible signs of him taking damage after Gaara's attack until now. Like, it doesn't look like he's any more like wounded or beaten up after he gets hit by the first barrage of attacks, I don't think. Until now. Until we see him lose his arm. Maybe debatable. But all of that does this. He's really, really tough is what I'm trying to say. Kakuzu and Holidays asks Maratabi, or says Maratabi kind of have the lead. No, let me see. Definitely starts off this sequence of attack, right? And that makes sense to me because Maratabi is probably the fastest out of all of them. At least in the data books, like Maratabi and Yugito are described as having, you know, cat-like reflexes and agility, and they are characterized by their speed in ways that other characters are not necessarily. So it makes sense. Oh, wait, hang on. Also, Shukaku is the one tail, and Shukaku started this attack with Gaara, and then Maratabi, the two tails, comes up and smacks Madara. Then it's Isobu, the three tails, then Son Goku, the four tails, then Kokuo, the five, then Chome, I think this is out of order, right? Chome is a seven tails, and Saiken is a six tails. So not only does Chome have to come in and like style on them and bounce them down like this. Oh yeah, that's important too, right? It's like, so he's going to the right, then the impact that he's sustaining is getting like reverse. Like he's bouncing into what's his name? Into Isobu, pushing him in the other direction. Same thing with Son Goku. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then smacked down into the ground into Saiken's like acid pool. So Chome actually fucks up the whole combo by by getting in the way of Saiken's attack over here, about like the tails number combo. Although, you know, it's probably the correct decision in terms of like the tactics of it. And then what happens next? I think we see the same. No, now we're just like kind of out of order because we have Naruto. Not sure whose this is. This is Maratabi's. This is Shukaku's the one tail. This is 8. This is 4. This is 3. This is probably 6. This is probably I lost count. So this might be Chome's over here. Yeah. So it's a little. Oh, and then this would be Koko's, I guess. So yeah, it's a little out of order at that point. I forgot what we were talking about. Hopefully that was a little interesting. They destroyed full body Susanoo and cut him his arm and quite damaged despite Hashirama cells in sage mode. Yeah, that is very impressive. I mean, like, Madara is, I think, pretty and arguably the strongest thing in the world right now. And they still managed to do... And like, part of the evidence for that is all of this. It's his... alive, like youthful prime self plus Hashirama cells, and then he's about to get not just Hashirama cells plus Hashirama's Sage Mode. And we know how much of a boost Sage Mode is normally, and he doesn't have to like sit still and regenerate Sage Mode by like maintaining stillness the way that Naruto does. He can just, or Minato even, he can just use it. He just constantly has an influx of Sage chakra, just like Kabuto does. So it's pretty crazy. Also, he might need therapy. See if there's anything else we can glean from this. So the other thing that I wanted to talk about in regards to the debate, well, there's a few things, but I guess the main one was the concept of a one shot, and whether or not wait, hang on, we actually have an interesting reversal of what happened before. So previously it was like, Shukaku started the attack and then Maratabi followed up. And now we have another. They're out of order here. We don't have the same kind of order and progression. He's Kishimoto's mixing it up. But anyway, yeah. And then he uses the chakra chains, kind of the same thing. So yeah, it's a Rinnegan ability. It's not just Obito's using it, but it is something that other Rinnegan users can do too. It's not just Obito's technique. Interesting that we see Naruto also use this hand sign to undo Kurama mode. So it's another like remote control thing. Okay, so let me check out some. You focus Maratabi first. Did I miss that? Let me see. If Sage Mode and a lot of Hashirama cells. Yeah. So he's got like some of his own strongest abilities, and then some of the strongest abilities from the other strongest person in the entire verse. Yeah, he goes for Maratabi first. Yep. Weird. His face looks oddly human here. Maybe it's the shading in his eye. Something looks kind of like uncanny valley about his face there. Oh, you wanted to see Maratabi's dialogue. Let me see. I forget where it was. I'm sorry. Up here? Was there anything he said up here, or just check in? Okay, let's go down and see Maratabi's dialogue. Say no cap, no real handicap. Okay. I was just scrolling past, and I didn't see handy, and I just saw like no cap. Madara going no cap. Cool. He's dripping blood and bearing wounds, so he's no longer Edo Tensei. He likely has real Rinnegan now. Okay, does he say something in the next chapter too? Maybe. This is so gross. Ugh. I don't know why. Just like this particularly like grosses me out. Okay. Oh yeah. Hashirama's healing powers. Oh, he might try something, so watch, and then gets cut off. Okay. Is that what you were talking about? Yeah, so he starts to like, it seems like he's starting to commentate on what Madara is about to do, or like to warn them of what Madara might be able to do. Before he can even get the words out, Madara uses the Limbo Hengoku. Limbo, I think it translates to Limbo Border Jail. Oh yeah. So this is chapter 660. And if anybody wants to talk about Perfect Jinchuuriki, this is my edgy ass, spicy ass take. This guy's called Bunpuku, if I remember correctly. And he, in discussing things with Shukaku, actually seems to have a good rapport with him. Like they're getting along, they're friends. I think if I love this too, by the way. This is such a great moment. Yes, that transition from the kanji forming this and that appearing on Gaara, that is so good. Like Kishimoto is really good at these little transitions, these little moments. I really love this. Although I think maybe Ikemoto's doing some of the art as well. Kind of looks like his style. But anyway, what my edgy scaling was going to be was the idea that since they're friends, if Bunpuku was to get Shukaku and go fight, would he be a perfect Jinchuuriki? Would Shukaku, because he like values and respects him, be willing to give him all of his chakra and just share it like synergistically? If that's the case, then we found our second or our third perfect Jinchuuriki right here. Just saying. Boompuku would wipe the floor with Yukito and Kakuzu at the same time. No, not really, but it's fun to think about. Kakuzu Holiday says, I think she's sealed later, but she knows about Edo Tensei and Rinnegan abilities. That's why I'm saying she kind of have a lead. Oh, yeah, okay. She says a lot of things to guide the others. It could be. She seems to be like pretty perceptive, you're right. So the other thing that I wanted to talk about was the concept of one-shots and whether or not it's fair to say that Pain one-shot that Pain's the Asura Path. The Asura Path specifically got one-shot by Kakashi. And then we were going to have a discussion about the False Darkness attack that Kakuzu uses and how that compares to the Raikiri. So I've been going for almost 3 hours now. I think I'm going to cut it off at the 3-hour mark. I'm going to, just to keep the conversation going, I'm going to start to talk about some of that stuff, and we'll see where that takes us. I think that might spill over into the next stream, so next week, though. So in the meantime, if there's any other things you guys want to talk about, any other things from the debate, any other things that have happened recently that you just want to share, or things that I've said that you like disagree with and want to like challenge or contest, feel free. And if so, we can just like wrap up the discussion with those comments, and then we can pick up the discussion about the one-shotting stuff later. But in the meantime, if any of those comments are coming in, I'll just keep talking about what I mean. And the argument in the debate that got brought up, or this series of arguments has gotten brought up a bunch of times in a bunch of different debates, a bunch of different contexts. And I want to just encourage you all on your own to go through and read this and to see if it holds up. So the claim that is made is that Kakashi one-shots the Asura Path. Now, usually people don't actually give a definition of what they mean by one-shot. So I'm assuming that they're using the general definition of you attack someone, you land that attack, and then you either completely incapacitate, kill, or destroy them. You basically take them out of the fight so they can no longer fight with that one attack. It might be a kill move, it might just be a disable. Either way, they're done. They're out of the attack, right? That's a one-shot. So if you land 10 attacks on someone, and then you land an 11th attack, and the 11th attack defeats them, then it's not technically a one-shot because you just did a whole bunch of other shots beforehand. Conversely, if you land an attack on someone, and they don't immediately fall over, and then you land 10 more attacks, and then they do, you wouldn't argue that they were one-shot because there was a whole bunch of other attacks in that sequence. Unless you can demonstrate that none of the other attacks mattered at all, they didn't have any impact, and that one particular attack was the only thing that did damage, then you could potentially argue it. But you would have to isolate that one particular thing and demonstrate that to be the case, to identify what the shot is, the one shot, right? Hopefully that seems fair. So the argument that keeps being made, is that the Asura Path gets one shot by Kakashi. Kakashi uses a Raikiri to do this, and Kakuzu's False Darkness is apparently worth 2 Raikiri of Kakashi. So I'll contest that. I sort of disagree with that. I like half agree, half disagree. But let's just assume that that's the case for now. Let's look at what actually happens when Kakashi starts fighting the path, because they did talk about this to quite a good chunk of the debate. So Kakashi comes up from behind on the Asura Path, tries to use a Raikiri. The Asura Path dodges it because of the shared field of vision thing. And then the Asura Path unveils its like gross, sticky, wet tail. And Pain pulls Kakashi in with the Banjo Tenin. And Kakashi at this point is either a lightning clone or he's about to change into a lightning clone. I think he probably already is a lightning clone. And so he gets skewered by the Asura Path. And then reveals that he's a lightning clone, or has done a substitution with lightning clone. Either way, he sends all of the chakra, the lightning chakra that was in the clone, directly into the Asura path. So that's a whole bunch of chakra that's flowing right through him. Right? While that is the case, this happens. So these two fists come in from above, and Tendo is able to dodge out of the way, but Asura, who appears to be immobilized by the lightning, gets smashed into the ground. So I'm counting 2 shots. I'm counting 1 lightning strike, and I'm counting 1 fist punch. Now, at this point, I am not yet scaling the amount of damage that either of those 2 things have done. All I'm establishing is that these 2 attacks are attacks that have hurt, that have not hurt necessarily, but that have impacted this character. He gets hit by this, he gets hit by this. Now, this expansion punch over here is performed by Choza, who is Choji's dad, his superior, the clan leader, right? He punches the Asura path, and we can see signs of like dirt all over his body. It could just be dirt, so I'm not 100% sure that it's damage, but he's lying there immobilized. He's not doing anything. Okay, he doesn't get back up at first. Let's see what happens next. So they engage in a bit of a clash with Tendo. He repels some of their abilities. Kakashi tries to get at him, and then they form this attack together. And Kakashi is about to hit him, and then the Asura path jumps in. Notice that when the Asura path jumps in, his tail is already, before Kakashi hits him, his tail is already broken, and his arm is already like up like this. And so he does appear to have sustained some amount of damage beforehand, because his arm's not usually like this. His tail's not usually chipped like that. We can go back and double check, but I think it comes to a point like this. So I think the implication here is that a part of it has been chipped off. So now the Asura path gets hit by the Raikiri, and you can see he's clearly damaged. Like his one eye is damaged over here. He's leaking blood or some sort of fluid from his mouth, etc., right? And you can actually see it looks like he's more like his upper body is maybe coming apart more so than it was before. Yeah, here it looks like it's kind of more intact and quote unquote sealed, and then over here it's like popping out, and like his upper head and like chest are popping out from below. So Kakashi's obviously doing some damage, and he's pushing through, and he's maybe going to get through and damage the Deva path. And then he says be in time. The be in time he is referring to is the cooldown on the Shinra Tensei ability. And then we get here, and he says, I was too late. So he was too late for the Shinra Tensei. So remember, we had the lightning attack, we had the punch from above, we have the Raikiri over here, and now we have a Shinra Tensei. When the Shinra Tensei goes off, it's hitting the Asura path right in the back, while the Asura path is sandwiched directly between Pain and Kakashi. That same Shinra Tensei is capable of pushing Kakashi back and like critically like injuring him or like incapacitating him and burying him under rubble. And the Asura path was in between Kakashi and Tendo when that happened. So the Asura path is taking the brunt of that attack. So the next time we see the Asura path, he's basically dead. He's about, like, he's on death's door, and he gets to do one more attack, which is the missile. Right? He's able to talk. He doesn't seem to be able to move, really. He's just able to kind of extract a missile from his core and fire off one more missile. So the argument that gets made is that since Kakashi attacked the Asura path with a Raikiri, and then the Asura path later wound up like this, that the Kakashi one-shot the Asura path and put him into this state. That's not the case. The Asura path got hit by a lightning strike, or the I should say the lightning clone, the expansion punch from Choza, the Raikiri, and then a point-blank Shinra Tensei. That same Shinra Tensei, that one Shinra Tensei that critically wounded Choza and Kakashi himself, and anybody else who was there. So it's not fair or accurate to say that the Raikiri one-shot the path. That's my only point. If you disagree with me, that's totally fine. I would just encourage you to read through the chapter on your own. A lot of times, I'm far less interested in ever like convincing the people who debate that they were wrong about anything. That's not really what I'm motivated by. What motivated me to make the Itachi versus Pain video was that when I like one of the things that I experienced when I first got into this stuff was that I would listen to debates and I would come away with an impression of things based on what I had heard that was sometimes negatively or at least inaccurately affecting my perception of things. Like I remember hearing, I think Swag described Datara as a dumbass, and dumbass that I was, I just kind of accepted it, and I thought of Datara as being a stupid character for a long time before I went back and reread it and realized that no, like he's brash and he like can let his ego get the best of him, but that doesn't mean that he's an idiot. That doesn't mean that he's unintelligent overall. It's kind of a really weird way of representing his character. So that's kind of what I'm concerned with is, you know, can we clear up the misconceptions? Because there's so many misconceptions. There's so many little things that come up over the course of a debate that then get glazed over. And I think that disinformation can just be like harmful to the way that people engage with the content. Anyway, Kakazun Holiday says he didn't use Shinra Tensei at this point. I mean, how can you prove it? Pain didn't say it. There's not any shockwave his hand is still occupied. There's not any shockwave coming from Pain or just to show it because it's not the case. The battle is done. The battle is Kyuten. The only thing is the Asura path being bisected by the lightning blade. Well, I still stand by the fact that the Asura path got punched before and that he got hit with a lightning clone. So those are two variables. So you could dispute like how much damage that they did. Maybe they did 0 damage. It's possible. But my contention primarily was with the assertion. The thing that I'm disputing is the assertion that he was one-shot. In order to prove that he was one-shot by the Raikiri, you would need to account for the variables of those other two things, right? Because he did get hit by 2 other things. He got hit by a punch. He got hit by the lightning clone. So if you want to prove that the only thing that damaged him was the Raikiri, that's a claim, right? That's a claim that you would need to demonstrate with evidence. So before we talk about the Shinra Tensei, I just want to establish that like the main point that I'm trying to make is with the use of the term one shot not being correct. But let me go through and explain why I think he used the Shinra Tensei. So when he uses the Shinra Tensei here, right, this almighty push, and we see like an explosion of particulates, whatever you would call them, like the debris that's kind of going out and emanating outwards. So when one sign that he's using, actually, you know what? Let's go back to the first time that he uses it. Is it here or in the next chapter? It's previously. Okay. So Pain can use the Shinra Tensei in a lot of different ways. And he doesn't necessarily call it out every single time he uses it. So here, for example, Pain is just standing still. He doesn't say almighty push. He doesn't like make a hand sign. He doesn't move. He's literally just standing still while Kakashi runs towards him, and it just happens, right? It quote unquote just happens. He uses the Shinra Tensei without raising his arms, without directing it, without making any indication verbally or physically that he's going to do it. We then see the shockwave emanating away from him, pushing Kakashi back and pushing the wall behind him back. And then let's see the next time he does it. Okay. So I do see your comment, Kakazun Holiday, so I'm just going to go through the sequence real quick and then I'll respond to that too, promise. Okay, so now the last time we saw this happen, the Shinra Tensei happen, was just a moment ago when Kakashi was blasted back. We see a huge pile of rubble here. We see that there's rubble all around Pain, with Pain standing at the epicenter of the rubble. And Kakashi says, what was that jutsu? So he's specifically referring to the Shinra Tensei, and he's describing the epicenter of it too, with the shockwave, with the blast radius around, right? So now, interestingly, Pain does another Shinra Tensei here, another Shinra Tensei, and he does so again by simply standing still, not moving. He doesn't raise his hands. The only thing we see move is like this little part of his jacket. And Kakashi specifically says he can repel both physical attacks and ninjutsu. So he's able to do it again without moving, without indicating that he's about to do it. Now let's keep going. So basically, it can create a shockwave, but doesn't always. Depends on how he uses it. Keep going, keep going. There'll be another one real soon. So now is Bancho Tenin. Interesting that he does seem to need to use his hand to direct the Bancho Tenin. Okay. Yeah, keep going, keep going. There's a couple more instances. So here, Pain is in the center. He does specifically say, I think this is the first time we actually hear him say it, right? And this is where he does the big one that we were talking about a moment ago. So maybe, this seems to be maybe the largest blast radius that he's done so far. So maybe when he calls it out, he's doing a larger version of it. But normally, he just has like this repelling field or whatever that he can just like nudge things away. And then when it's larger, he says it out loud. You could maybe argue that. So, well, let's see here. His jutsu allows him to pull in or push objects away, similar to the magnetic laws of attraction and repulsion. He needs a moment to recharge. Okay, so with this previous blast, he's knocked these people around. He's generated more rubble. So now Kakashi comes up from under the ground. He's at point blank range. And again, Pain just pushes him back. He doesn't say the name of the jutsu or anything like that. He specifically just shoves him back and Kakashi goes flying, right? No other visual indication or auditory indication. There is an explanation here that Pain has this very powerful ability and that he needs a moment to recharge. And so if, and this is chapter 423 by the way, and if they're going to defeat him, they need to work within the window. That's our only window. His recharging period is really brief. We can't get in close. So they are specifically designing an attack around this window. That's their time constraint. Right? So they come in, use the tandem human juggernaut, and within that 5-second window, Kakashi manages to get this close, intercepts Kakashi with the Asura Path to block his attack. Remember, the goal, the function, the entire premise of this whole sequence of attacks was to get to Pain before he can use his Shinra Tensei. That's what they're afraid of. That's what they're coordinating around. And Pain doesn't need to raise his hands. He doesn't need to even announce it or whatever. So Kakashi is saying, be in time, meaning be in time for the cooldown for the Shinra Tensei. And the next thing we see is more rubble with buildings sort of pushed over. We see a cloud of smoke, or like of dust. We see Pain standing upright and Kakashi having been blown back. Now, he's not at the epicenter, for sure, but it looks like Kakashi is closer to him than he usually is when he does this attack. So, like, the first time he did the attack, Kakashi was blown away quite a ways. So, it's possible that Pain walked over to him since he launched the attack. In other words, I don't think the fact that he's not currently standing at the epicenter of an explosion with, like, a clear area, that doesn't necessarily mean he didn't use the Shinra Tensei because he could have walked over. More to the point, we see all these other characters kind of splayed out, laying on the ground, wounded, and Kakashi himself says, I was too late. The too late that he's referring to was very, very clearly established before to be the time constraint of the Shinra Tensei. That's the only ability we've seen Pain use at this point, apart from the chakra rod that disrupted, Tendo Pain, like the Deva Path. Apart from, well, actually, that's not entirely true. So the abilities that Pain has used so far have been summoning the Asura Path, but Deva specifically, using the chakra rod to pierce Kakashi and send chakra through his body, but that obviously wouldn't do this. The Bancho Tenin, that obviously wouldn't do this. And the Shinra Tensei. The Shinra Tensei, like, expels people, or like pushes a shockwave from around the Deva Path in all, like, directions, knocks people back, creates debris, creates, like, dust clouds and stuff like that. It is part of this time constraint. We don't know of any other jutsu that Pain uses consistently that does this, as far as I'm aware. The other paths aren't here. So it's very clear to me that what Pain did here was specifically using a Shinra Tensei. I think it doesn't need to be spelled out for us to the point where he literally says, I used a Shinra Tensei and you survived it, right? All of the other context clues that we've got assembled here, I think more than established that to be the case. So, that all being said, let me catch up on comments. Kakazu and Holiday says, there's not any shockwave coming from Pain, or just show it because it's not the case. Oh yeah, so it happens off panel, right? Like, we don't see the actual physical shockwave, but hopefully I've explained, you know, that we don't literally need to see it happen if we can piece it together with context clues. I mean, I would be curious if you had another explanation as to what Kakashi is referring to here when he says he was too late, and how Pain managed to accomplish all of this in this amount of time frame. What other technique have we seen him use at this point, or even later, that would enable him to do all of this? He's been standing still the entire time. He hasn't even really tried to engage in taijutsu apart from that initial kick and stab, right? He's basically just been standing still and spamming Shinran Tensei. So what other ability of his would fit the description of what's happening here? He excuse me, he isn't one-shotted by the Raikiri, but the Raikiri is a lethal blow versus the Asura Path. So you may actually be correct. It may actually be the case that the Raikiri basically took the Asura Path from, I don't know, 90% health down to 10% health, and that it would have killed him. That basically would have killed him, and then Pain, his Shinra Tensei brought him down 5% more or something like that. It's hard to know exactly how much damage was done, and you could maybe say, it's entirely possible. It wouldn't be irrational, or it wouldn't be like break the rules of the universe or whatever, to suggest that maybe the Raikiri is powerful enough in and of itself to put the Asura Path into a non-combat state to one-shot it. However, what we don't see that happening here is my point. That we don't see a sequence of events, which is Kakashi hits the Asura Path with a Raikiri, nothing else hits it, and then the Asura Path is dead. That is not what happens. If somebody is making the argument that that's what happens, I disagree, because of these other factors that are part of the equation. Is there an argument that Kakashi could take out the Asura Path with a one-shot attack? Perhaps that may be the case, but to my view, you would need to, not just you, Kakazu and Holiday, it's just you in general, would need to demonstrate that by actually providing more information about the attack potency of the Raikiri itself, if that makes sense. Kakazu says, we see it because of the shockwave, the tuck indication from the sound too. We visually know he does it, because this is the only explanation that can explain why the jutsu is diffused. I think if you're talking about the lightning beast tracking fang, the quote-unquote lightning hound, being dispelled by the Shinra Tensei, fizzled apart, then yeah, I think that's definitely a use of the Shinra Tensei. I'm not sure about the tuck. Are you talking about... I'll go back and look for it. I'm not sure what the tuck is referring to. Oh, you mean from, when he pierces the Asura Path? Let me see. We get a whoom. We get a whoosh. But I'm not seeing the tuck. Be curious, though. We get a jink. I love the onomatopoeias. We visually know he did it because it's the only explanation that can explain why the jutsu is diffused. We see the crater and the boom. We do sometimes see a crater and we do sometimes see a boom, but it's not always the case. I could bring up the other example of when Pain knocks back all of the big toads. Let's see, 434 I think it is, somewhere around here. And when that happens, here's a good example, right? Here Pain uses Shinra Tensei on Naruto, and it's similar because the Predapath is right there. But notice that he just seems to hit Naruto's bodies he doesn't hit the Predapath, and just the bodies go flying, and then there's a little bit of debris that gets scattered around, but it doesn't actually go up in a like a there's no crater, right? There's no like massive shockwave that's blasting back from around him. So he can be very selective, like, and we can see right now, like, there's no crater near Tendo himself. He hasn't even pushed back the other two paths that were standing right next to him. So he doesn't have to like use it in that way, if that makes sense. And then similarly, like, these are obviously like much larger targets. And so let's see what he does here. Now there is a shockwave, right? Now he's using it to a much greater extent. Almighty push, and he actually calls it out, right? Does he call it out? No, he does call it out over here. Shinra Tensei Almighty push. But then he also tech. But then he also tech calls it out over here, doesn't he? Yeah, Almighty push. Boom, boom, boom. And so we do see a larger shockwave emanating from this. So it really depends on the use of it as well. Let me keep reading. Here, there's no shockwave and not any boom or any sound thing in this instance, suggesting the Shinra Tensei at this exact timing. Okay, use the Shinra Tensei. Oh, yeah. So I'm not saying that he's using it like the moment where Kakashi is thrusting forward and saying be in time. I'm saying that something happened off panel between when Kakashi was pushing into the Asura path and then the next time we see him. And he starts off by saying be in time, and he's clearly referring to be in time for the Shinra Tensei. And then in the next time we see him, he says, I wasn't in time. So what happens in between here and here, to me, is very clearly the Shinra Tensei. And since Kakashi is literally pressing the Asura path into the Deva path, I think it's pretty inarguable that, or I shouldn't say inarguable, you can always contest it, but I think it's abundantly clear that like the Asura path isn't going anywhere. Like, they're stuck, essentially. And if Tendo uses Shinra Tensei right now, it's going to blast both of them back. Now, you could say that based on what I just showed you about the Preda path and the Deva, or whatever other path, Naraka path, lying on the floor is, that, well, maybe the Deva path can be selective about how he does the blast, and so maybe he can like avoid using the Asura path as part of the blast. But the difference with that is that those two paths were at his feet, and he raised his arms up to specifically... 1 second. Oh, I see what's happening. I had the wrong background. 1 second. I thought I was using... Okay, I'm using the wrong video for the background. My bad. That was actually... I was actually using some footage from my other like Naitachi versus Pain video. I thought I was just using the like background water thing. I'll have to edit, or I'll have to switch the video out for next time. So yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, so those other why am I blanking? Oh yeah, the other paths were at his feet, and he was raising up his arms, and with his arms raised, he can then like direct the Shinra Tensei or whatever and push them back in a more controlled way, is what I was trying to say. Of the lightning blade, there's no visual evidence showing the Asura path is bisected due to... Oh, no. Sorry, I'm not saying that the Asura path is being bisected by the Shinra Tensei. I apologize if I misrepresented that. What I'm saying is that there's this equation. The equation is what killed the Asura path. Like, we're detectives and we're trying to figure out what killed the Asura path. If the, you know, you're the prosecuting attorney or whatever, and you're trying to make the positive claim, it was the Raikiri and the Raikiri alone that killed the Asura path, and nothing else damaged it, and only the Raikiri did. I don't think you can prove that, and I think that would be, at the very least, if it's not false, it's not provable, because Kakashi is not like breaking the sword with the Raikiri that he's only like hitting in the sword. I mean the tail here. He's not like damaging this tail with the Raikiri that he's using to punch him in the gut. So something damaged this tail beforehand, and if that's the case, then you know, he literally, by definition, took damage beforehand. So the equation doesn't work. Now, I don't think that, like, the Shinra Tensei is necessarily cutting him in half. And I'm not giving the full credit to the Shinra Tensei either. I'm not saying that, like, I'm not even arguing that Pain can one-shot the Asura Path with the Shinra Tensei. We could have that conversation, but that's not what I'm arguing right now. When we look at the Asura Path, I think, yeah, the Asura Path isn't even, like, fully bisected either. Look, you can see that it's got its legs, it's still attached. It's basically just that, like, the top half of it has popped out, revealing the missile container inside of it, like the rocket battery inside of it. And I think that Kakashi does accomplish that with his Raikiri thrust, because, like we said before, you know, the Asura Path here has this chest cavity intact. It looks like it's all just like one piece. Then Kakashi hits him, and it looks like it's popped off. So Kakashi very, very definitely damaged the Asura Path, and did so to the point of, you know, having his chest and head separate to open up the missile battery inside. But he didn't, like, chop it in half. He didn't explode it. He didn't one-shot it. And so that's what I guess what I'm kind of contesting. And since we don't know how much damage was done to him previously by the two other attacks that he sustained, and since we don't know how much damage was done to him by the Shinra Tensei afterwards, all of that is just to say that it's not fair to say that it was a one-shot. To me, it's clearly so catching up on Kakazu's comments. To me, it's clearly indicative that the Raikiri cut in half the Asura Path. Okay, too late because of the Asura Path. If he was faster, he would have reached Tendo and kill him. But he says, "Be in time" after he punctures the Asura Path, and is still actively trying to get to Tendo. And the in-time thing that they've been talking about is specifically the 5-second cooldown timer on the Shinra Tensei. So my interpretation of that is he's saying, like, see, they're talking about the recharging period and the window of time that they have. And so my interpretation of all this is that he wants to be in time to be able to hit the Deva Path before the Deva Path gets off of its cooldown. And when he tries to do it, he gets temporarily halted by the Asura Path. And so now what he's trying to do is he's trying to pierce through the Asura Path and into the Deva Path and take them both out with the Raikiri. And you could just argue that maybe he could do that, and maybe if he had an extra second that he could take both of them out in one hit, you could maybe make that argument, right? But the problem is that he's not in time, he's not fast enough to get through the Asura Path to Tendo in time for him to blast him with the Shinra Tensei. As for how much damage that does to the Asura Path, we could debate that. As for whether or not, like, Kakashi damaged the Asura Path, I mean, he clearly did. Like, you can see there's, like, fluid flying out of him, and, like, his chest is popping out and stuff. So give credit to Kakashi where Kakashi is due. But the extent, the way that I hear it described is basically like Kakashi just, like, one punch mans him and just, like, ends his sorry existence with one punch, and literally nothing else contributes it. And the reason why, like, Noodles, for example, might want to make that argument would be because it can then be part of a precise scaling chain, like comparing the Raikiri to the false darkness. You want to try to eliminate as many variables as possible and get a clear scaling chain, and I think that's what was attempted to being done here. But it just doesn't work when you consider the whole fight as a whole and all of the individual variables that add up to it, in my opinion. You suggest he can aim with his hands. Yeah, I agree. I think that he can definitely use his hands to, like, shape and channel and direct the Shinra Tensei. From my understanding, you were saying Asura is cut in half because of Pain's Shinra Tensei. Oh no, yeah, hopefully I clarified that a little bit. I don't think so. Got it now, but unfortunately you have to quantify how strong this off-panel Shinra Tensei is. My goal isn't necessarily to scale the power of the Shinra Tensei in and of itself, just to demonstrate that it is a variable that needs to be considered for the one-shot thing. It's what I could say, just off the top of my head, is it's strong enough to bring Kakashi from whatever state he's currently in to a wounded state where he can't get out of the rubble. Of course, we could dispute how strong Kakashi is right now, but that's something. We could also look at the fact that it blows Choza back and Choji back and seems to critically injure Choza. Of course, we then need to talk about how durable Choza is, but there's things there that we can help identify that the strength of that particular Shinra Tensei if we do want to go and do that investigation. That's just like a couple of breadcrumbs, I guess, if you're interested in looking into it more. Got it. Or I can say he's very selective and didn't aim for the Asura path. I think if his arms were outside of the chains, you could maybe argue that he could, like, I'm doing this in my chair, obviously you can't see me, but, like, he could reach his hands up and over the Asura Path's shoulder, like, snake them around and down, then open up his palms and go, like, Shinra Tensei, and blast him from above. Like, maybe he could do something like that. But I'm not sure. Okay, you say, I agree with you for the one-shot thing. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not trying to be unfair. I'm trying to, like, hopefully it doesn't come across that way. Really, I'm trying to put myself in the position of, if I had to argue for this claim, how would I argue it? And the evidence that I would need to collect would involve accounting for, like, controlling for these additional variables. So I wouldn't make this argument because I think there's too many additional variables that kind of get in the way and make the scaling unclear. So that's my take on it. To me, it was never, Kakuzu and Holiday says, to me, it was never a one-shot thing anyway, just a fatal blow. That's possible, because the Raikiri have the killing potential to kill any of the pain, at least to me. That is also possible. I've thought about that recently, if I think that, like, the Devapath would get killed if it got hit in the chest by the Raikiri. This would probably be a discussion for next time. But we can talk about the fact that, well, maybe I'll start the conversation with this next time if we talk about Naruto first, is just that the topic in the debate came up. Hang on one second. I gotta restart the music. 1 second. Okay. So, trying to figure out how to address this. You may, okay, so if you've seen my Itachi vs. Pain video, you might have noticed that there's a section in that video where I talk about Jiraiya versus the 5 Paths of Pain. And in that section, I point out that the Jiraiya versus the 5 Paths of Pain, that's not right. No, okay, I'm sorry. So, let me rephrase. In the Swag Kage versus Noodles debate, the topic of Jiraiya versus Pain came up. And the claim was made that when Jiraiya fought the Paths of Pain, he pressured them heavily and he killed 5 paths. And so, because he was able to kill 5 paths, that means that, like, Pain doesn't even scale very well to Jiraiya, essentially something like that. So, I had an issue with that because, to my mind, from my reading of those chapters, Jiraiya maybe killed 1 and temporarily incapacitated 3 of them, but then they got back up and kept fighting. The argument that I used for that was that, among other things, is that these characters, the Paths of Pain, are not human beings. They are, they're not alive human beings after all, right? They are just shinobi that have died, that have then been given Rinnegan abilities, and after, so they're shinobi that have died. They've been imbued with the chakra rods. They've been giving Rinnegan abilities, and so they are corpses that are being puppeted and controlled remotely. So they're not like normal alive humans anymore. Normal alive humans in the shinobi world are capable of fighting on, even if they have like serious, grievous injuries. For example, like Tsunade has the 2 Susanoo blades through her gut, and she keeps fighting. Neji gets the arrow through him and keeps fighting, etc., right? There's a bunch of other examples that we can take a look at of characters who have, like, really... Jiraiya himself gets his arm punched off when he's in Sage Mode, keeps on fighting. So characters at a baseline can survive really painful, like, excruciating injuries and keep on fighting anyway. Let alone, and not die of blood loss or anything like that, or go into shock. So let alone characters who are corpses. And so we looked at the moment where the 3 paths that are under the frog song get the stone swords through their chests. Actually, it's a couple of chapters ahead. Gotta make sure not to trigger the auto stop thing on this website. Right, here we go. So, get the stone swords through their chests. And normally, you would look at something like this and say, okay, well, these characters are dead, right? They're clearly dead. Except, this happens. Jiraiya gets punched, loses his armor, kicked or whatever. Then this happens. Stone sword comes up, dripping with blood. Guy says, now. And then immediately afterwards, these paths reappear. And this path has a gash on his chest. This one has a gash on his chest. This path has shadowing on his eyes. And if we wait till the next page, next chapter, we can see another example of that character having shadowing on his eyes. And then here is another panel of 3 of them, 1, 2, 3, having a gash on their chest and blood. So, these paths of pain were temporarily taken out by Jiraiya. If they were dead, if they had actually been killed, then they would need to be revived, because now they're fighting again. The way that pain revives characters is by using the Naraka path to summon the King of Hell, and they go into the mouth of the King of Hell and they come back out clean, essentially. When this happens, I can bring this up in another page. When this happens, 429, the paths come out and all of their cosmetic damage is repaired. All of their physical damage is repaired. They're fully restored and healed. And any damage to their clothing or equipment also appears to be gone too. So let's look at what happens with the Asura path, right? Asura path goes into the King of Hell's mouth, comes out, his clothing is new, he's fully intact, he's repaired, and he's able to fight. As far as we can tell, he's at back to maximum, back to his normal self, right? No signs of damage whatsoever. Of course, he does get killed immediately. But that being said, so my argument, which I thought was pretty reasonable, was that we don't know that these paths of pain are destroyed, that they were killed, they were totally killed, because if they were, and they went back into the mouth of the King of Hell, why would they come back out and still have the damage and the blood? Why would they still have gashes on their chests and still have blood? Why would the human path have his eyes closed? If you don't remember why the human path has his eyes closed, let's go back to chapter 376, I think. And here comes the human path after the animal path loses that summon. It might actually be the next chapter. So, yeah. Okay. So here comes the human path dashing. It's actually kind of similar to what happens with the Asura path later. The human path dashes towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya kicks him right in the eyes, kicks him back, and here he is. And if you think there's any ambiguity about what's happening here, the third data book specifically states that he was blinded by Jiraiya's kick. So putting all that together, the point that I was making was that specifically the paths of pain have non-standard anatomy. They're corpses. They're already dead. And as a result of that, they can get pierced by things going right through their chests, right through their midsections, maybe even through their hearts, and potentially still keep fighting without dying as a result of their unconventional anatomy. And to your point, Kakasu and Holidays, if Kakashi is able to defeat and kill a path of pain despite all of that, that's even more of a feat for Kakashi, which would then be even more of a feat for False Darkness. So even though all of this is a feat for pain, it could also be a feat for Kakashi if you, depending on how, or Kakazu, depending on how you follow the scaling, follow the implications. So I brought that up previously in Noodles Discord and was given no end of shit for it. For whatever reason, that particular argument was not appreciated, not well received at all. It's led to a multiple hour conversation about other things too, but about this. And among the counters that and this is building somewhere. This is building back to the Apollo debate, so just bear with me for a second. all of this um, is building up. I'm not implying that they're playing dead specifically, Kakuzu and Holidays. I'm more implying that they were paralyzed and immobilized. I think that Frog Song was effective on them, and I think that the Mount Miyaboku swords, like physically, were capable of restraining them. So they were effectively taken out of the fight. They were incapacitated. But if the swords weren't there, and Frog Song wore off, then I think that they just got back, which is what happened, right? Like Frog Song has a limited duration, I believe, once Ma and Pa stopped singing, and which is why Jiraiya needed to put the stone swords in place in the first place, because if the Frog Song just lasted indefinitely, then he wouldn't need to do that. So he puts the stone swords in after the Frog Song, and the Frog Song wears off, and then the swords come out. So now the only thing stopping them from moving would be them being like totally killed or incapacitated or like damaged to the point of not being able to move anymore. But they seem to just they seem to just get up and keep on fighting. So I don't think they're playing possum. I think they're basically like trapped, and then they get freed from the trap, and then they're able to fight. They're still damaged. Like we see the swords going through them. It's a lot of whatchamacallit, weight to it. I'm not finding the right word. So let me see if I can find. Kakuzu and Holidays asks, why would the sword immobilize them if they're corpses? So we're actually not given a lot of information specifically about the stone swords, but let's just take a look at this real quick, right? So the Frog Song goes in their ears. They get in the cube of water, and he says, "You're inside a genjutsu paralysis that binds your psyche. Now none of your bodies will be able to move." So while this genjutsu is taking effect, they can't physically move. But it's a possibility that if the genjutsu no longer works, if they dispel it, if they break free of it, that they could potentially physically move. So they still need to have their physical bodies restrained. I think that Jiraiya here doesn't know that these are corpses. For all he knows, these are real, normal people. Like, they're human beings. And so all he's done is paralyze their minds with a genjutsu to the point where they're not able to move due to, like, it's almost like taking a paralytic drug or something, right? They can't move their bodies because their minds are being, like, hacked into. But if they break free of that, they should be able to get up and move around. He doesn't know that they're corpses or anything like that. So here, he thinks he's killing them. These stone swords aren't just there to bind them in place. They're also to kill them. I think he thinks he's executing them. Unfortunately, there's not all that much information about these stone swords. There is a little bit of a reference to them in the third data book, which just says, maybe if we Google them. A sec. Getting into a tangent here. I know there's... Hang on. I think there's something on the Narutopedia, because I remember looking at this before. So... Oh, yeah, it's this. What the fuck? Okay. Stone swords are secret swords from Mount Miyaboku. Slate gray in color, the swords have a circular, hollow pommel with a fairly long grip. A chain connects the pommel to the hilt of the sword, which is joined to the blade. The wide blade itself has several markings resembling veins running down its length. These were used by Jiraiya after the demonic illusion Toad Confrontation chant was cast to drive into his target's bodies like a wedge. So, my interpretation of this is that that Jiraiya is not certain about these characters' abilities, and as a result wants to basically try to not just kill them, but to seal them in place, right? He could, I guess if he was like brutal or whatever, he could go through and just chop all their body parts off or something like that, or he could burn them and incinerate them alive. However, there's a chance that he still can recover valuable intel from their bodies. He hasn't really figured out their connection to Nagato yet, He hasn't figured out that their corpse is being puppeted remotely. He still hasn't even seen Yahiko's body. So there's a whole lot he still needs to kind of figure out. This gives him a chance to do so. Presumably, since it looks like the blades are going through their hearts, like this one looks like it's going through his heart, he's able to disable them and probably kill them and keep them in place until he comes back for them and decides what to do with them later. That's my interpretation. Let's see. So Kakasune Holiday says, why would the sword immobilize them if they're corpses? I mean, it's still pinning them to the ground. It's weighing them down. A Genjutsu is diffused after physical touch injury, so I don't think it applies. Well, if the Genjutsu is diffused, then at the time that the Genjutsu is diffused, the sword is going through their chest, and then they're quote-unquote killed, at least in Jiraiya's mind, and they're being like pinned to the ground and unable to move. So it's basically just like he uses the frog song to get the opportunity to like paralyze them all at once. And then when he then he goes in for like the killing blow, or so he thinks, with the giant stone swords. So even if they do break out of the I do think the Genjutsu has a limited time anyway. So this is like his ace in the hole, so to speak. Kakazu says the Genjutsu is Kakazu says applies. Yes, okay. They seem very dead to me. To me, it's just that the Naraka path cannot heal instantly versus Sage mode attacks. I would agree with that. I mean, the Naraka path is the one that summons the King of Hell, and the King of Hell doesn't heal things instantly. You have to take a path and put it inside the King of Hell, and then he like chews them up with his mouth or whatever, and then spits them back out, essentially. So that's the other thing. If the Naraka path did actually restore these three paths, he would have had to have done so in the time between when the Asura path, I think this is the Asura path, says now, or sorry, takes the sword out and then says now, and then sends all of the paths like slamming forward, right? Or like dashing forward. So he would have to summon the King of Hell's mouth and then put each one of them, because I mean, maybe he can do three at the same time, but in character we've only ever seen one of them get put in at once. Restore them and then send them out. And also, he would have to do so in a way that specifically doesn't repair the gashes on their chests, doesn't like take care of the blood or give them new jackets, and also doesn't repair the eyes on this path over here. So he repairs three of them at once, but also just leaves out a bunch of the damage that was dealt. That's one explanation. The other explanation is that they were just paralyzed and they could get up and walk around and like keep on fighting even though they had been wounded because they're corpses. And before like we do a little bit of back and forth, I'm still happy to keep talking about it, but before we continue, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because regardless of whether or not you agree with me, it's okay if you disagree. I might have gotten this wrong. I might have missed something. But it was surreal to me listening to that debate and hearing Noodles make this argument when not only he himself was very upset with me essentially making these points in his Discord whenever we had our conversation a while ago, but also afterwards I was in like the general VC for about like 5 minutes before we tried to make conclusions, and people in there were also upset too. I don't know what was so offensive about this, but I got no end of shit, like I said, for bringing this stuff up. Counter arguments included saying that, so when I asked that, like, okay, well, why, if this path of pain was healed, this one over here, then why was his eyes, why were his eyes still dark? And the counter arguments that I got to that were, oh, he was never really blinded. It was just that Pain was holding back, and so since Pain was holding back, he had the human path keep his eyes closed to give Jiraiya an advantage. That was the counter argument I got. And I said, okay, well, what about the bruising? What about the bruising on his eyes? Why is that there? Oh, no, that's not bruising. That's just shading. His eyes are always in shadow. You can see that his eyes are being shadowed by his hair and by the angles. Like, well, none of the other characters who also have hair have shading on their eyes. No, but it could just be shading. You have to prove to me that it's not a shadow. Okay, and then we talked about that for a minute, and then the final thing I got was, well, Kishimoto makes art mistakes. Sometimes Kishimoto makes art mistakes elsewhere in the comic. So this could just be a Kishimoto art mistake. And it just so happens that he made a mistake there, and then he made the same mistake again here, and then he made the same mistake, etc., etc. However many times they show up, he makes the same mistake multiple times, and not just in the release, in the weekly versions of the manga, but also in the volume releases that have come out weeks or months later, and have been corrected, been adjusted. So, rather than admit that, like, maybe at least there's a little bit of ambiguity here, there's at least something to discuss here, that was less preferable to basically, like, gaslighting the author of the comic and saying, like, well, he just makes mistakes, so he probably just made a like, he could have just made a mistake. Like, you don't know. Like, come on. And all that is fine. Whatever. We could disagree with it. We could refute it. And it would be fine. It would be water under the bridge if he were not then making the same arguments himself in that debate. He made the same comments about, like, the paths of pain not having conventional durability because they're corpses. And they could potentially, I believe he said, even lose a heart. That they could even lose one of their hearts and their bodily fluids or their midsection get carved out, get punched out. But as long as they had their chakra core, whatever the fuck a chakra core even is, as long as they had that, then they should still potentially be able to walk around and do things and fight and whatnot. So I don't object to anybody having a disagreement with my perspective. I could be completely wrong. What I have a disagreement about is, like, or what I have a problem with is being, like, subjected to basically verbal harassment, and then because of an argument being, like, low-key gaslit about it, having shade thrown at the creator of the manga about it, and then a year later hearing the same argument that I made being used as part of, like, the same kind of vitriolic harassment towards another person. It's, like, fucking surreal. I just don't understand how, like, some people work, I guess. But anyway, not saying that anybody has to believe. Yeah, like Kakazun Holiday says, I see your points though, but can be refuted by many things. That's totally fine. I think we could probably have a long, meaningful discussion about all these things, and we might wind up disagreeing, but I think you and I, Kakazu, we could probably do so in a way where we're not calling each other, like, homophobic and ableist slurs when we start disagreeing, right? I feel like you and I could probably accomplish that. I definitely understand. I'm scrolling through a few of your comments. I definitely agree that they appear to be dead. And okay, so here's an example that you're probably gonna quote unquote win, right? I think you might disagree with what I'm about to say, and you'll probably be correct. It's fine. This path of pain over here, some people think that it gets, we talked about this last time, I think. Some people think that this path of pain gets dissolved in the acid, and its bottom half is, like, eaten away by the acid, so it dies because it's basically cut in half, and it, like, bleeds to death or something. Like, it just dies. We see that later, that this particular path, as we saw last time, its legs are still intact, so it's not totally, it's burnt, but it's not totally dissolved or whatever. So it looks like this particular path of pain fights Jiraiya and then comes in here into the Toad dimension, and this is not very well explained in the manga, and then dies in the acid. But in the third data book, it goes into some detail, and it says that this space over here is called the Gamma Hyoro, I think it's called, which is a barrier space inside, a Keke space inside of Jiraiya's Toad. And that Keke space is sealed off from the outside world. I think I was talking to somebody in the comments the other day about this too. And as a result of that, Nagato can't really fully control this Path of Pain's movements. Maybe he can do it a little bit, maybe he has some residual chakra, but the barrier is interfering with it. And so, even though it looks to us like it's dying due to the acid, if you understand that the Paths of Pain have to be remote controlled and the remote control has a limited range, and you accept that the third data book says the thing about the barrier space, the third data book also says about this path, its movements were stopped, but whether or not it is dead is still unknown. So the data book, it says, is saying, hey, ooh, there's a little bit of mystery. We're not entirely sure. Could it still be alive? And then it's also saying, hey, this guy is inside of a barrier where Pain can't, like, get to it properly. So I think a valid interpretation, again, you might disagree, but a valid interpretation of all of that is that this path was damaged, but not entirely killed. In the same way that, like, if Jiraiya ran up and cut it in two with a, I don't know, like a Kusanagi Chidori or something, and, like, slice it into a million pieces, like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance or something, and disintegrated the pieces. Or like Trunks, like when Trunks defeats Frieza when he comes back to Earth for the first time. Like, he just, like, chops him into a bunch of pieces and then blasts him away, right? Like, Jiraiya doing that is not the same as what's happening here. So you could totally come back at me and be like, no, I think he's dead and here's why, and that's totally fine. As long as you, like, don't insult my supposed sexuality over it, I think we'll be fine. And I think, also, that having a discussion about it, talking about it, looking through the pieces, looking at the imagery, and comparing what's happening here in the data book makes for a really great discussion overall. More so than just saying, no, it's just dead. You can tell because it's in the water and it's burnt, and you can tell it's in the acid, so it's dead. Because it's not moving, it's not fighting, it's just dead, right? Like, that would be, not that anybody would do that, but, like, that would be boring. Don't understand me. Oh, no. Well, I'll leave it to you. I'll put the ball in your court, Kakazun Holidays. Kakazun Holidays asks, why is it dead now? So, the theory that I'm kind of suggesting here is that the path is not necessarily, like, technically dead. It stopped moving. So it was severely damaged, and it's not, like, doing okay. But it's not totally dead, and if Nagato were there with him, he could potentially keep fighting and do some more stuff. The reason why he stops is specifically because he enters into a sealed barrier dimension, and Pain can't, like, get his chakra into the barrier dimension easily enough to, like, continue manipulating him and controlling him. I think Pain's like, control either completely gets severed or at least drops off significantly. And I think the combination of that and this path getting damaged is enough to stop its movements, which is what the databook says. The databook says its movements were stopped, but whether or not it's dead is unknown. So I think it's, if you told me, like, gun to my head, like, you have to pick one path of Pain that Jiraiya killed, you can't say zero. You have to say at least one. I would definitely pick this one. But what I'm saying is there's another interpretation, which is that it didn't actually die. And that interpretation is supported by the fact that its lower half was not dissolved. And it's supported by the fact that we have those two statements saying this is a space where Pain, like, shouldn't be able to easily get his chakra to control it. So it kind of just, like, ran out of battery and stopped. It's like one of those little delivery robots that just runs out of juice and just, like, stands there looking lonely on the side of the road, basically. It is also possible that the damage from the acid and that, like, okay, so clearly a couple of things have been happening in here. Like, Jiraiya fought with it or something and managed to isolate it and get it into the frog dimension. And then they engaged in some kind of scuffle because, you know, you can see Jiraiya's been pierced by it. So something happened between the two of them. And you could just argue that, well, maybe over the course of that fight, Jiraiya managed to kill it or something like that. That's possible. I don't think that's as likely as the other explanation because that's more speculative and it relies on kind of imagining what's happening off screen with less direct evidence, whereas the data book has, I think, more statements that kind of corroborate it. Also, he says they're no longer mortal, they're something else. Okay, sorry, I was just scanning to see if there's anything else. Oh, look, Kishimoto made the same art mistake again. What an asshole. I have a better argument on why this pain died. It's because he was sent to another dimension physically, far away from Nagato, no chakra receiver. Oh yeah, okay, sorry, I didn't see that comment. Then we're like basically on the same page. Unlike Kakuzu's hearts, they aren't autonomous. They need Nagato's chakra to Buuhan. Yeah. We're on the same page. I totally agree, and that's what I think. That's what I was trying to articulate about the third data book, anyway. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I guess on the one hand, just to kind of put a pin in all that, I'm glad that I seem to have contributed positively to the community in some way, right? Like clearly, must have made some kind of impression or whatever, because I mean, like it might not be the case that it was me who had the argument stick. Like other people could have made that argument. He could have believed that argument before we even had our conversation and just decided not to represent it that way. But in a way, it's like weirdly vindicating after all this time to hear that, because either like I said something that stuck, or like here fucking Kishimoto at it again. He just keeps making the same mistake over and over and over again. What's wrong with that guy? Like either that, or it just reveals more about like the nature of the debate, so to speak, and what it was the whole time. So either way, I'm cool with it. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Trying to think if there's anything else that I missed. So I think that's it. I actually went on for a little bit longer than I thought, but it's been super fun to discuss everything with y'all. I appreciate Kakuzu in Holidays, by the way. Like, I appreciate the discussion we had. Like, you've been really good at like pointing things out and challenging things in a polite way, and I appreciate that. I won't underestimate you also. You're welcome to get spicy, as long as like the only things are like no slurs, no anti like LGBT stuff, no like real overt hostility, you know. But if it's between like, as long as everything's friendly, like I don't mind getting like a little intense as long as it's friendly. But I get that impression, right? Like you and Auhert were talking previously over the course of the conversation too. I saw you guys were like maybe disagreeing a little bit, but doing so in a way that was like felt positive and felt like there was some good discussion going coming out of that. So I really appreciate that too. It's really good to see. You have to know that most of the debater here debate for ego, not to seek the truth. Don't be surprised if people aren't nice and are starting your war. Yeah, honestly, like that's where I can be a little humble, I guess, and just say that I came into the whole thing with my own preconceptions of like, okay, well, I assume that this is what debates are for. Therefore, better understanding the manga, therefore having this kind of discussion or whatever. And like, I think I tried to say this before. Hopefully, it got across that it's not really my place to come into an existing community, like an angry dad or something, and like tell everybody that you can't talk to each other this way. Like you can't act this way. Like you have to do it my way. Like that would be kind of shitty, right? So I have no real desire to police the way that other people express themselves. It's important to me that people feel like they can be genuine, and passionate and stuff like that about discussing art. Sometimes you're gonna get worked up. The stuff that bothers me is when you have a connection to a group of people in a community that you're all like ostensibly gathered because you at least appreciate the stuff you're talking about on some level. If you make a channel where you've dedicated probably hundreds if not thousands of hours to discussing, talking about, reading a piece of art essentially, then you would assume you would have some kind of appreciation for that, and the community around that should have some kind of appreciation for that. I mean, how like masochistic would it have been for me to have put however many hundreds of hours that I did into the videos that I made if I just fucking hated Naruto, right? It wouldn't make any sense. And when that happens, and then that comes along with like bigoted language and real hostility, like personal threats or like homophobia, I guess that's redundant with bigotry, just any of that stuff where it then goes away from you're basically taking something that is a story that's designed to teach people like, hey, idiots. Maybe like fighting and hating each other is like not the best thing. Maybe when somebody is your enemy, you should look past that fact and try to find a way to like resolve your differences and get along somehow. Maybe like people being committed to their pain and hatred and scorn for one another has been the source of like every single fucking problem in the world, and maybe we should try to find a way around that. You take a series like that and you use it as ammunition to like quite literally verbally abuse people. I'm not gonna go to people's servers or go to their spaces and tell them how to act, but I also like need to be outspoken about the fact that that's not okay. It's not acceptable, in my opinion, and I have to try to discourage it wherever I can. And I think the best way that like I thought about like how I can try to contribute something, the best thought that I had was to just try to do my best to understand this shit and just talk to people about it and to see if we can have a positive discussion. Because if I wind up being completely misguided, then there's a chance that somebody else can correct me and then I can learn something from them. And the opposite is true. And at the end of, or the inverse is true. And at the end of the day, we've just spent a bunch of time talking about some shit we enjoy and not hating each other for it. So that's what I would like to see more of personally. And at the very least, I can say that like every time I've listened to or participated in a conversation that has gotten heated, I've still learned something. So, you know, whatever. I don't like, you know, I'll be candid. I know how I felt after like going from, oh cool, there's people who like this thing, I'm gonna talk to them, that's cool, this is exciting, to then how I felt after that debate. And I'm like, I don't want anybody to feel like that, you know what I mean? Like I don't like the narrative of going from like enthusiasm to then getting like sucked into this vortex of internet hate and then being like churned out by it to be an appendage to someone else's ego or someone else's like score count or whatever else. By the way, I hope that little score counter in the server of the 300 to 0 or whatever it was, I hope that there's been a 1 added to the losses column since he forfeited by, like, since he lost that debate by forfeiting the one with Apollo. So that's like objectively a loss. So that scorecard, whatever it was saying previously, needs to have a 1 in the negative column now, just by definition. Anyway, my naive vision of all this is that we'll get along and just enjoy things together and maybe have fun, heated debates, but not beat each other's fucking throats over a comic book. Like, come on. But everybody here has been super fucking great. You all have been super awesome. I just want to like reiterate that I'm very appreciative of the discussion. And by all means, you know, I want to reiterate again, like, feel free to be spicy if you need to, and feel free to challenge me on stuff. I don't expect anybody to agree with me ever necessarily. Yeah, it's just like it when we can try to keep, or you know what? I'm trying to be balanced if I can. Like, again, the Arrow debate with what's his name, Taurus. There were times when they got heated, but at the end of it, they were laughing about it, and that's cool. I like that. Because there was some funny shit, like, Arrow said something about, like, oh yeah, I might get a pube in my burger at at McDonald's, and actually, you know, I might go back and I might try and get another one. So, like, he was saying that he started off being kind of irritated, but then it kind of got, like, funny over the course of the conversation. But anyway, Mr. Narrative says, like I said, the internet brings up people's deepest and darkest desires. This is very true. Darker nature than desire, yeah, that's true as well. Kakuzu lost to Naruto due to Kishimoto's art mistakes. You know, that whole arc was just like, I think Kishimoto drew it backwards. Kakuzu was supposed to beat Naruto, and the whole thing was just one big fucking mistake. I don't know what to think anymore. Mr. Narrative says, it also brings our arrogance because people will think they are above you for thinking their position and won't even considering the fact that they may be wrong. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is like, I get if you're in public and you don't want to like make an embarrassment out of yourself. and so you want to try to like hold to your gun, stick to your positions or whatever. That makes sense, but doesn't it also just become like worse and worse? Like if you know you're wrong about something, or even if you think there's a possibility, and you just stick to your guns and just say the same thing over and over and over again, then doesn't it just make it look way worse when it comes out that you were wrong about something? Like why is it not cool? Here's my question, like why is it only cool to just like defend whatever you said no matter what, no matter if, and never like apologize, never back down or whatever? Why is that more cool than like admitting that you were wrong about something and then correcting yourself and then learning something? Are we so afraid of just like being embarrassed for being wrong? I probably said like 100 stupid things since I started the stream. So what? Like I'm sure I'll say a whole bunch more stupid stuff, and then like I can either be petulant about it and like tell anybody that noticed that they didn't actually hear what they heard, or I could try to learn something. Like which of those two things is cooler? Anyway, that's not because of the internet, more because of being anonymous. The anonymity definitely, like, I think makes them feel like they have a license to get away with whatever they want. People are like that in real life too. Yeah, that's true. I definitely heard people in real life talk to each other like that, and worse. But face to face is more respectful than on internet because you're anonymous. Usually true, and usually there are more consequences too, right? Like, anyway, well, I think that's a relatively positive note to end the stream on. I appreciate you guys sticking with me for 4 hours. Holy shit. Very, very much appreciated. Yeah, feel free to let me know if there's anything in particular you'd like me to delve into next time. I feel like I kind of got off my chest the main points of the Apollo debate. If you guys really want, I'm definitely like, let me rephrase that. Depending on your interest level, I would be open to talking about the debate by like going through it and stopping, or like going to highlighted moments and talking about those things at certain timestamps. I'm not sure what your interest level in that would be versus like going and discussing other things, like doing the Dragon Ball conversation, for example, or even going back to the brutal honesty video. So I'm open to suggestions. Let me know what you think. Probably going to try the Dragon Ball thing if I can. The Buuhan versus Kid Buu. If I can like bone up on those chapters over the next few days, excuse me. I'm getting tired too. I might actually, McDonald's sounds like a good idea, man. Honestly, like every once in a while I'll just get a large fry and nothing else and just like take my time and enjoy it. So maybe I'll see if there's one open nearby, as long as it's not too cold out. Yeah, so that's basically what I'm thinking. And in the meantime, I thank you again for your attendance and for the engagement and everything. I hope you have a great week. I'll probably be around on Thursday doing another Elden Ring stream if you want to stop by. And if not, no worries. I will see you next Sunday.